Hello. Hello, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Theo. It's Detective Pikachu time! I can't be as hype as you're probably expecting me to be. I'm It's been a long week. I still haven't caught up my energy. Also, I'm just generally not a very hype person. It takes a lot to get me super hype. But yes, it's time for Detective Pikachu. Fun fact. The reason why Stream Elements bot says I'm just streaming Detective Pikachu and not Detective Pikachu Returns is because Twitch doesn't have a Detective Pikachu Returns category just yet. Like, what's that about, Twitch? It came out 2 days ago. Where's the category? It's not a remake, it's a separate game. Bruh. Game too new. I played Splatoon 3 and Pokemon Violet on launch, and they already had the categories. What's the matter? Is Detective Pikachu not a big enough title? Maybe that's the real mystery. Perhaps. I don't know how long I'm going to stream. I could just do my normal stream amount, or I could go longer, because I have been waiting for this game for quite some time. Who knows? We'll see how I feel once we hit my usual stream end time, whether I want to keep going. So for those who don't know, Detective Pikachu is my favorite Pokemon spin-off. I have not seen the movie, but I did play the 3DS game, and yeah. Like, it is very much aimed at younger audiences, so like the mysteries aren't that difficult, but just a combination of like a Pokemon game and a mystery game, you know, that's like right up my alley. So, yeah, let's get into it, shall we? Ta-da-ra! Let me just full screen this. Now, I haven't opened the game yet because I didn't know if there'd be any opening cutscene, but I did go ahead and check whether there are any, like, day one updates. There are not. So we can just get right into it. Here we go. Okay, so I could have opened the game, it was fine. But oh well, we're playing in English because I speak of the English. We're also playing with English voices because I speak of the English. What is story jump mode? What? Oh, is this just like, oh, you get to see the story of the game without having to actually solve the things? I have no idea, but we're just gonna start a new game.
The name's Pikachu, and I'm what you might call a great detective.
That's Pikachu.
With my bolts of brilliance, I've solved many mysteries.
Who are you talking to?
My partner Harry and I ran into some trouble on a case. Harry suddenly disappeared, and I'd lost all my memories. After that, I was wandering the city when I ran into Tim.
That's a cutscene from the...
Somehow, he could understand what I was saying.
the first game.
Our goals were one and the same. Find Detective Harry, because my missing partner just so happened to be Tim's dad. While we were searching for Harry, we uncovered a series of crimes involving R, a chemical that drove Pokémon berserk.
It is nice they give this recap for people who didn't play the 3DS game.
Tim and I managed to solve the case and save Rhyme City. And yet... was still missing. Even now, the two of us are still searching for him.
Why do the shadows look like that?
Harry. Just where the heck did you go?
Like, I've been describing this as looking like it's basically just an upscale 3DS game, because it probably is.
Promote an even stronger bond between the people and Pokemon of Rhyme City.
I heard someone else describe it as looking like a Wii game.
Pokemon Friendship Week.
Pokemon Friendship Week.
Event, we present this award to Tim Goodman and Pikachu, who saved
Harry!
Pikachu, known for his... Great detective known for his bolts of brilliance.
Oh, Pikachu, I'm sorry. I guess that's a sign I better wrap this speech up, eh?
Wearing his iconic red hoodie. Is that all you have to say about him?
Couldn't have picked a worse time to doze off.
It's not even the same hood.
Now then, due to the incident of 2 years ago, some of our citizens began to doubt Rhyme City's motto, coexistence with Pokemon. So to those of you who were affected, I offer you my deepest sympathies.
Howard Myers, Mayor of Rhyme City. He's a new character. He wasn't in the original.
What's that?
It's the Corviknight. They weren't in the original game.
Oh no, it's coming this way!
Sir, follow me.
Because Gen 8 wasn't a thing back then.
Get inside right away.
What the heck is going on?
Could it be? Or?
Don't think so. Its behavior's different. It's all right. Just calm down.
Wonder if there's going to be any Gen 9 Pokemon in this.
Lousy Corviknight! It just made off with my signature hat!
My dad gave you that hat.
Yeah, we gotta get it back.
So I guess this is the tutorial case this time. You know how important that hat is to me, and Corviknight just flew off with it. I can't do a good Pikachu voice. That's the best you're gonna get out of me. What a mess! Let's go get it back. What's that? Just say Pika instead? No. What if I just did a Danny DeVito voice? Everyone wanted Danny DeVito to voice Detective Pikachu. Hey Tim, over here. Is that what he sounds like? I'm the trash man.
Look, this must be the notebook the mayor dropped. Oh, there's something inside. A family photo? This girl looks...
I'm all for this idea.
No, she's the one who didn't look too happy during the mayor's speech.
That's my classmate, Rachel. She knows a lot about Pokemon.
Huh? Whoa, time out. You know her? Why am I just now learning this?
We should return this notebook to Mayor Myers. Yeah, but first we gotta deal with the Corviknight. The sheer disparity between the in-game graphics and the, like, character face renders in the bottom corner is wild. Right, let's go, Pikachu. Why is the... I feel... Remember how I said this looks like an upscaled 3DS game? I feel like that's why the camera is so fucking zoomed in. If this was built for the Switch, I feel like they would have zoomed the camera out a little so that you can see more of the environment. What do we do? That's... I can't keep in my head what Danny DeVito sounds like. Uh-oh, this doesn't look good. This is so bad. Oh no. Poor Pidove.
Oh,
Is that Pidove unconscious? Don't touch it. Moving this Pokemon could injure it. We haven't heard this character's voice yet. Hey you, big guy. What happened to Peter? I can't do a good Danny DeVito voice. Well, I'm at a loss. Nothing we've tried so far is working. Hey, can you even hear me? That's not Danny DeVito. You, cut your Pikachu's Pika chatter and evacuate the area. Will Butler, Chief of the Pokemon Protection Bureau, okay. And Ordinal can hear how healthy you are. I need to track down Corviknight and get this area evacuated, but I can't just leave this Pidove here. Hey, what happened? Calm down, Pikachu. To everyone else, you're just saying Pika. I'm the only one who understands what you're saying. For reasons. Oh, right, sorry. Got a bit worked up by seeing Pidove in such a bad shape. I've gone back to just regular Pikachu voice. Oh well. Sorry, Danny DeVito. Okay, Tim. It's on you to ask the big guy what went down. Excuse me, what happened here? Oh, you're that young detective. Yes, I'm Tim Goodman, and this is my partner, Pikachu. Will Butler, Pokemon Protection Bureau, and this is Audino Audino is with the police department's rescue squad. Ayo, Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team. Audino, I'm not gonna do all the Pokemon voices. Audino. I'll spare you the details right now. I'll spare you the details. Right now we need to help this Pidove. I think I'm giving this guy the same voice as Pikachu, but we haven't heard what his real voice sounds like yet. All that wind Corviknight whipped up blew it around and knocked it out. Audino used a move to help Pidove recover, but it still hasn't woken up. Audino. Chief, no civilian injuries to report at this time. Copy that. Great work. Now, I really should get back to leading the evacuation, but I can't just leave Pidove here unconscious. You ought to clear out too, young detective. Mr. Butler, let us help take care of the Pidove. We'll find a way to wake it up. Yeah, I'm literally giving them the same voice. Yeah, let a couple of great detectives handle this. You? This is an emergency situation. One that requires my full attention. Maybe I should let you help. Alright, I'll leave waking up this Pidove to you. I'm counting on you, young detective. Yes, sir. Let's go, Pikachu. Okay. Cool. Hey, why don't we talk to those other Pidove? Sure, let's give it a shot. Hold on a sec, Tim. Before we talk to these guys, there's something I need to tell you. Yeah? What is it? Cases don't just pop up when it's convenient for us. I don't gotta tell you that, right? Right. And it's been a good long while since our last case. Well, that's true. So let's hit pause and jog our memories on how we go about investigating a case. AKA, this is the section for people who didn't play the first game. We'll do this one by the book, alright? If you say so. Tim, this is our first investigation in a long time. Fortunately, Pidove's injuries are already healed. All we gotta do is find a way to wake it up. Some might call it a coincidence, but me? I call it an opportunity for a detective work tutorial. Perfect, right? I suppose. Let's refresh our memory and make sure we conduct a full investigation. Okay, got it. First, let's quickly go over how we investigate. I talk to the Pokemon, and I talk to the people. Together, the two of us will gather evidence and take testimonies from people and Pokemon and piece them all together to solve the case. Yep, that's how we do it. Exactly. Okay, this round of questioning is all yours, Pikachu. Sure thing, here I go. Reminds me of Mega Man Battle Network sequels when Mega Man is like, we're on summer vacation, so let's do a refresher course. Hey, P-Dove, can I talk to you? I'm guessing you're pals with the unconscious P-Dove. Mind if I ask you a couple questions? Cool. It says they're friends taking a nap and won't wake up. So it thinks that unconscious P-Dove is just sleeping? Cool. P-Dove are known to be kind of dumb. You really love the smell of... Wait, huh? What's that got to do with anything? Cool. Nice strong aroma makes the sleepy times go away? That's what it's saying. You'd think these P-Dove would be more concerned about their unconscious friend instead of chirping about some smell. I'm gathering there's a certain aroma that P-Dove are really into. Guess that's all we're gonna get. Maybe we should question some other P-Dove around here. Hey Tim, come here for a sec. Okay. If you get stuck during an investigation and see the light bulb icon in the lower left corner of the screen, you can press the left button to consult Pikachu and get a hint. Call me before you go anywhere. I don't want a hint. I want to talk to the other P-Dove. Okay. I'm a little curious about what P-Dove was saying. Yeah, its friend is unconscious, but all I wanted to talk about was an aroma it likes. Yeah. Nice strong aroma makes the sleepy times go away. That's all I could get out of it. Aroma, sleepy times go away? Wait, what if it's talking about using some kind of scent? And what if that scent could wake up its friend? That's it, Tim. If we find the strong aroma those P-Dove were chirping about, maybe it'll wake up their unconscious friend. That's what I'm thinking. It's worth a shot at least. But how are we going to find a scent like that? There might be some Pokemon who haven't evacuated yet. Maybe we can ask them. That reminds me, listen up, Tim. If you're having trouble during an investigation, you can call me out at any time. I can give you advice discreetly so no one else notices. Of course, you can just mull things over on your own. But if you get stuck, it might be a good idea to take a break and retrace your steps. That's important too. I feel like Pikachu's voice is going to absolutely destroy my throat by the end of the stream. You can press the plus button during gameplay to open the submenu. Thank you for the hydrate feel. I don't think my tea's cool enough to drink yet. Press plus to open the submenu. In this menu you can save the game, change your game settings. You can press ZL during gameplay to reread conversations. All the conversations eventually disappear, so be careful not to forget what was said. Okay, here we go. I can't talk to the other P-Dove, okay. Understandable, hello. Stares into the great beyond. That's Xatu. I can never tell what it's staring at, or what it might be thinking. But it's the sort of Pokemon who's probably got all kinds of incredible knowledge. I don't know about that, but let's try asking it to see if it knows anything about how to wake up P-Dove. Way ahead of you. Hey Xatu! Can you hear me? Hey! It's not saying anything. I wonder what's wrong. 2. Oh, it wants peace and quiet while it's sunbathing. It's awfully calm, given all the commotion going on. Maybe we should try asking someone else. Please be careful. Aromatisse would probably know. Cool. It's singing about how much it loves this aroma. Wait, if P-Dove loved this aroma, then maybe... A nice strong aroma may... Oh, nice, strong aroma makes... Or is that... Can't tell whether that comma actually indicates a pause or not. Nice strong aroma makes the sleepy times go away. Hold up, if P-Dove are gathered here, that means... It's Aromatisse. exudes an enchanting aroma. Aroma? You're aromatisse, aren't you? What are these P-Doves surrounding you for? Aroma? Huh? They started flocking to it as soon as it got here. These P-Dove have been following aromatisse around? Coo. You're asking it to make the nice aroma? Coo. Hurry up, make the nice aroma. Aroma. The P-Dove are really getting on its nerves. Seems like these P-Doves are all drawn to a scent that aromatisse emits. Which means aromatisse might be able to help us wake the unconscious P-Dove. Good thinking, Pikachu. Let's ask if aromatisse is willing to help out. Hey there, aromatisse. We could use some help. Aromatisse. It'll help us out if we can get these P-Dove to stop following it around. Fair enough, let's talk to the P-Dove. I just hope they understand us. Coo. Sorry to ask you this, but could you move, somewhere else? Hey, now's not the time to stop and smell the aromas. We're trying to help your friend here. Say, guess what? Pretty soon, aromatisse is gonna go make lots of nice aromas right over there. Cool. They're on board with the nice aromas over there plan. So they'll move? Great. Aromatisse should be willing to help us out now, right? Aroma. It's happy to lend a hand now that we got those P-Dove to move. Great, let's take aromatisse back to the square. Okay, aromatisse, here's the P-Dove. Please help it. Aroma.
All right.
It is awake.
Glad that worked. Oh.
P-Dove's awake. I don't know. Wow, aromatisse's scent is nice. But it's kind of like a really strong perfume. I don't get why the P-Dove like it so much. Coo. Coo. Glad you're enjoying it. Aroma. Yep, you are a huge help, aromatisse. Thanks. Fade to black so we don't have to animate them all walking away. Great work, young detective. That P-Dove perked right up. I didn't even consider getting help from the other Pokemon in the area. Oh yeah, come to think of it, a police officer was calling this big guy Chief. I wonder why. How about you ask him and find out? About you, Mr. Butler? Yes, I'm Will Butler, Chief of the PPB. The PPB? We're an organization dedicated to protecting the Pokemon of Rhyme City. The Police Protection Bureau. So it's kind of like the police, but focused on Pokemon? I didn't know we had something like that. The Bureau only recently started its official operations, which is why it wasn't in the first game. At the moment, we're borrowing office space at the Rhyme City Police Department and cooperating with the police. We were dispatched to provide security, but, well, just look at what happened. I can't believe a fiasco this big occurred on my watch. It's honestly an embarrassment. About the PPB. We were formed 2 years ago as a response to the infamous R incident, the case you two solved. Back then, Pokemon-related disturbances were happening all over the city. The human and Pokemon residents of Rhyme City were deeply affected by that. Mayor Myers was so shaken by what occurred, he took it upon himself to create the PPB as a countermeasure. He wanted to make sure crimes involving Pokemon like the R incident would never happen again. That's why this organization exists. Isn't keeping the police's job though? In the past few years, Rhyme City has seen a concerning number in the rise of reported incidents and accidents. The police are struggling to handle so many incidents, including those involving Pokemon. But now the police can protect the human population of Rhyme City while the PPP protects the Pokemon. Dividing up the work, we can keep everyone safe. Ah, so that's why the PPP was formed. Just what I'd expect from Rhyme City. Howard is really looking out for us Pokemon, huh? Guess that's everything. By the way, young detective, I was watching your investigation earlier and couldn't help but notice. Were you explaining things to Pikachu? Huh? I don't think Pikachu understands what you're telling him, though. Unless the two of you can... I'm not actually talking to him. It's more like getting advice. No, that's not it. It's... Oh, I get it. You talk to Pikachu to organize your thoughts. Interesting way to form your deductions, if you ask me. Wahaha. Yeah, that's it. Well, we do understand each other, actually. Phew, that was close. I thought he'd caught on to us. Be careful. Usually folks wouldn't believe we can talk to one another. Is that it? We good? Nope, there's more. Whoa! Ah! Oh, Corviknight's still here.
Come on, let's chase it down.
Sir.
Just swivel around in place.
Oh.
It's Corviknight again. Hey, give me back my hat, would ya? The chief went after Corviknight in his patrol car. I bet Corviknight still has my hat. Brisk walking pace to chase it down. Let's follow it. Eggs. App. Those are Pokemon cries. Sounds like they're coming from the direction Corviknight flew off in. Let's go check it out. Let's go. I think it was this way.
Oh.
Whoa. Pikachu, look. Well, how do you like these apples? They're scattered all over the place. What a mess. There's an Applin. That's what Applins sound like? In like anime terms at least. They use the anime cries in this game where like all the Pokemon say their name. My tea is now cool enough to drink. Let me move it closer so I don't have to reach so far. App. It's dangerous here, Applin. You should find somewhere that's safe. App. That's odd. It doesn't seem like it wants to leave. Let's talk to it.
Hey.
I haven't seen any Applin in this city before. Where'd you come from? App. Oh, you got to sleep in a wooden crate and when you wake up, you're always or you go to sleep in a wooden crate and when you wake up, you're always someplace new? So the apple vendor travels to different locations, and this Applin gets carried along. The apple vendor probably doesn't know about this Applin. Apu. Something suddenly shook it awake a moment ago. I'll bet that was Corviknight. Same goes for these crates getting toppled over. I don't see the apple vendor. They must have evacuated the area. What happened here? App. So the wooden crate shook, you got thrown out, and that's when you realized your friends were missing? It got separated? Then let's help find its friends. Good thinking. How many friends were with you? App. 2? Okay, got it. From what Applin said, I think I get what's going on here. But as much as I'd like to get my hat back from Corviknight, we can't just abandon a Pokemon in need of our help. Yeah, what kind of great detectives would we be if we didn't lend a helping hand or two along the way? Okay, should we investigate the fallen apples over there? I'd be happy to if there wasn't a tree in the way. Something about it seems odd to me. Maybe we should investigate that first. Ah yes, a tree. Definitely not a Pokemon. Okay, so we can't investigate because this tree's in the way. What should we do about it? Well, we can't just cut it down. Egg, eggs, eggs.
Whoa! This tree's an executor!
It's the Alolan form. The Alolan form is in the first game. Wait, isn't this an Alolan Executor? I'd never seen one before, so I didn't realize that. What's it doing here in Mime City? Oh, right. Tim and Pikachu never saw it. It was just hinted that they were going to appear as part of the parade. Why don't we ask and get some questions? And while we're at it, we can't investigate until it moves anyway. Hey, Executor, over here. Look down by your feet. Eggs, eggs, eggs. Whoa, don't all talk at once. How about this, Executor? I'll tell you which head should answer. Sound good? Egg, eggs, eggs. Oops, forgot to say which head. Got you. You, middlest head. Why are you here? Eggs. I like how it's in the middle of the text box. Guess it's been traveling around with the apple vendor. That explains why it's here in Rhyme City.
Hey!
You, Righthead, tell me what happened here. It's at the bottom of the text box. Eggs. Corviknight came flying through, and when you tried to dodge it, you bumped into the fruit stand? I knew it. By the way, have you seen a hat? Corviknight took mine. Eggs. I love how its neck is so long it's out of frame, yeah. It's a tall boy. Guess it happened too suddenly for you to tell. Oh well.
Hey!
Left Dad, we got a favor to ask. Egg. Sorry, but we want to search through those apples scattered behind you. Could you please scooch over a bit? Egg. Oh good, it moved for us. Now we can investigate the scene. And now we're gonna get a investigation tutorial. This is where all the apples got scattered around. Let the investigation begin. I can already see one of the applin. Remember what we're looking for? The two missing applin. That's right. There are a lot of apples here, so try not to overlook them, okay? Interesting that the apples the applin are in have a different bottom compared to the regular apples. But, Pikachu, what are you doing? This is easier on a 3DS, on a DS where you can use the touchscreen. It's more precise. Look, an applin. I found one. App. Have you been sitting still pretending to be an apple this whole time? That must take a whole lot of patience. App. Huh? Patiently staying still is one of your talents? Impressive. That Corviknight got you wrapped up in quite a mess though, didn't it? Your friend is waiting for you. Then we got all these other apples.
Oh, this is a tasty apple. Oh, you want some too, Tim?
You gotta pay.
Get to pay for it.
Bruh. Bruh. Bro's making me buy him apples. Can I like turn this over? No. I don't see any other applin. The rest all just look like normal apples. And we can't back out. Oh wait, maybe it's under here. It's an apple crate, no sign of applin though. Okay, so no, we can't move it. Not in the background anywhere. That would be kind of tricksy. Do they just want me to investigate every apple? Because I'm pretty sure none of these are applin. There are apples everywhere. I don't see any applin. At this point, these apples are only good for making juice or jam or something. I'd still eat them, bruises and all. Well, we searched pretty thoroughly. I still don't see my hat or the other applin, though. Okay, so there literally wasn't here. Where could it be? Oh. Did you see something move behind that crate? What? No, I didn't notice anything. I did. Try checking again. Maybe something's changed. It's the hat. My hat! Corvin, I dropped it. Could have sworn it wasn't here earlier. Anyway, I'm just glad to have it back. No more bold Pikachu images.
This was a real pain.
Hey. Oh, probably the applin got like...
Hey, quit playing around.
Hey, I'm not playing at all. My hat keeps moving on its own.
That's ridiculous, Pikachu.
Just take a look, you dumbass.
See? Told you so.
Executor.
Guess I've gotta go get it.
Guess so.
It's quick time event time.
Well, Tim, lift me up.
Okay.
The first game starts with one of these and they give you like...
Don't hurt yourself.
They give you no prompting, so you're probably gonna fail the first one. But you're allowed to fail the first one.
Oh.
I'm guessing it's an unappled applin under there. An appleless applin, if you will.
Finally got you back.
Oh no, it still has the apple. Okay. Pikachu, it's an applin! You don't say. Whoa! You okay? Fine and dandy. Nice catch, by the way. I'm surprised they didn't throw in a quick time event to catch him. Oh, it's just a really heckin' tiny applin. Pokemon do come in different sizes nowadays, so I guess that checks out. Are the applin okay too? Yep, they all seem happy to be reunited. Good, glad they're all right. So one of them was wearing my hat, huh? Seeing it move on its own really threw me for a loop. I'm sure Corv and I dropped the hat mid-flight and it just happened to fall on top of Applin. Oh yeah, Tim, where's my hat? Don't worry, I've got it. At the end of the day, I'm just glad I didn't lose my hat.
Yeesh, that was a hassle. Yeah, now that's more like it.
Yeah, you look like yourself again.
Thanks, Tim. Harry gave me this hat to commemorate our partnership.
The awards ceremony will resume shortly. We ask that all participants please return to the venue at this time.
I guess we better hurry back.
That darn Corviknight. I'll let it off the hook just this once.
Okay.
Great work. Thank you. And you as well, Pikachu.
Yep.
I can't say it enough. Rhyme City owes you a debt of gratitude for your efforts. We strive for coexistence between people and Pokemon in our fair city. And you two are the ideal detective duo. On behalf of the city, I am pleased to present you with this medal.
Thank you, Mayor Myers. I'm honored.
Of course, you get one too, Pikachu.
Yeah, I'm the great detective.
Pika pika to you too, little hero. Both of you, keep up that great work.
Way to go, Tim!
Congratulations, hon.
Already getting the medal game over. That's, I guess, the prologue complete? Question mark. Later that evening at Tim's apartment.
Tim, I was so proud of you today.
Irene Goodman, Tim's mother.
You're amazing, Tim.
And Sophia Goodman, Tim's little sister. I guess they came to watch the ceremony.
You think so?
Because I'm pretty sure Tim
Everyone
doesn't
knows
actually
all
live
about the
in,
amazing work you two
or
have done.
didn't originally
There was
live
the
in.
BB abduction case, the fossil stealing spree.
And the Rhine Tower standoff case, too. They even made a movie based on the R case.
Yeah, I thought that movie was pretty good, but how come Mom and me didn't even show up in it?
This is how they explain
I
the
have no idea,
movie
but
being
movies
completely
usually do
different
their
from the
own thing,
game.
don't they?
Yeah.
I did see
guess.
screenshots of this on Twitter.
Oh, by the way, I've been meaning to ask you something. This is Dad's Pikachu, right?
Yeah. He's my partner at the moment, though.
I see.
Whoa, whoa. What's with all the staring?
He saved your dad from trouble many times.
Wow.
Oh, Pikachu. The news is about to start. Maybe there's an update on that Corviknight.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's just staring. Check the TV. But
Yeah.
also, this is your first time in Rhyme City, right, Sophia? Uh-huh. It's so busy and fun. I'm glad I came. That Corviknight surprised me, though. I'm glad you and Mom are okay.
Right.
I'm glad you're safe and doing well, Tim, but you hardly ever call. I know no news is supposed to be good news, but you taken that a bit too far. Yeah. Maybe I should speak to my mom more often. At the very least, we always message each other our Wordle scores in the morning, so she knows I'm still alive. She knows everything's all right. Sorry, Mom. Let me take my jumper off. It's starting to warm up a bit. The weather doesn't know what it's doing lately. Is it summer? Is it winter? Who knows? It's supposed to be spring. About Rhyme City.
Well,
I haven't been to Rhyme City in quite some time now. Not since I last saw your father. Gosh, I guess it's been about 2 years then. It's fall here, but last week was a heat wave. Jeez. About meals?
speaking of which,
Tim, are you getting enough to eat? Yeah. Stopping by the Hi-Hat Cafe for breakfast is part of my daily routine. The Hi-Hat Cafe? It's Pikachu's favorite spot. It's so close to the house now that we've moved. I've been going there pretty much every morning. Maybe I should make some dinner for you tomorrow night then. It's been a while. You miss my cooking, don't you? Of course. Thanks, Mom. I'm looking forward to it. Let's have a look around the place. These are the medals we received. They're proof of all the good work we've done with our great detective work. Let's keep it up, Tim.
Hey,
Oh, these are our old case notes. Yep, it's all the stuff you told me I should keep a record of. Not bad, Tim. There's a lot you can learn from past cases, you know. Show me what you've got there. Oh, the R case, eh? That takes me back. It was the first case we partnered up on. Yeah, R was a chemical that made Pokemon go berserk. It was created from Mewtwo's cells. Once again, recap for people who did not play the first game. When a Pokemon was given R, its eyes would glow red, and it would become enraged and violent. And that's how we know Corviknight wasn't being affected by R, because its eyes weren't glowing. It was horrible. Even now, I still can't believe they used innocent Pokemon to cause all those incidents. Same. That was one tough nut to crack, but we managed to catch the culprit in the end. As for Mewtwo's cells and the remaining vials of R, we confiscated all that stuff when we brought the culprit to justice. Speaking of which, in our final confrontation with that guy, you managed to use one of your moves. You usually can't use any of your moves. How are you able to pull that off? Beats me. I'm just as baffled as you are, kid. After Harry went missing, I lost all my memories for some reason. That's also when I realized I couldn't use any moves. Maybe the pressure of that intense situation is how you were able to use that move? Could be. It's a possibility, at least. After I used that move, I just blacked out. I was really worried about you. So there's the important stuff from the first game, I guess. Oh, is that... That's the lady from the first game. The lady that it kind of seems like they're trying to replace with the pink-haired girl. Oh wait, I didn't read that. We interrupt the program to bring you breaking news. Oh, what's going on?
According to amateur footage we've received from a viewer, Pokémon appear to have caused an explosion. This explosion occurred in the mountain range northeast of Rhyme City.
Tim, I think something's wrong with your TV's frame rate.
Rhyme City Police and the newly established Pokémon Protection Bureau are investigating. Amelia Christie signing off.
Yeah, that's her. She's from the first game.
Did you catch that?
I hope that incident doesn't have anything to do with Dad.
Same here.
Mewtwo told me 2 years ago. Dad's alive, and we'll be able to find him as long as we don't give up.
Yeah, Mewtwo is still our only connection to finding Harry.
Whispering to Pikachu, are you? You're just like your father, talking to Pokemon like that.
Oh, really? It's been 2 years since the R incident. Since then, we've solved all kinds of cases. The mayor even gave us an award for it. I can still talk to Pikachu and understand him. If the two of us keep solving cases together, I'm sure we'll find my dad someday.
Why are we in a black void while we're hearing this? Huh? What's up with that? The day after the award ceremony. Back out to Rhyme City. Rides the wind from town to town.
Whoa, that's a lot of Whimsicott.
Sure is. They ride through on seasonal winds every year.
I hear they can be real pranksters.
If they get in a house they like, they scatter cotton everywhere.
Sounds like a pain to clean up.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. That's gonna be relevant somehow.
Is calling my name.
It's the perfect Pikachu bait.
Tim!
I remember him. Frank Holiday, police inspector.
Inspector Holiday, did you finally find my dad?
Sorry. No. I'm here on a different case. We've received reports of a jewel theft. Could you lend me a hand with this one?
Of course.
The incident occurred at the dentist residence, the mansion down the street. Sorry, but Brad is waiting for me. I'll go ahead and meet up with you there.
So much for my coffee.
Okay, let's go, Pikachu. Wait a second, Tim. What for? There's no need to rush. You've got to be calm and unhurried if you want to do your best investigating. Yeah, I guess that's true. Pikachu's a real talkative Pokemon. If you see this Pikachu icon on the lower left screen, you can press the right button to chat with him. Sometimes Pikachu will try to get your attention, and a Pikachu icon will bounce to let you know he wants to talk. If you see this icon bouncing, press the right button to hear what Pikachu has to say.
Tim, look, I know we need to hurry, but would it really hurt if we relaxed a bit? For instance... Oh, here's a good idea. You could listen to some sage advice from a great detective like me. Okay.
Oh, but Holiday's waiting. We better go join him. So yeah, you can randomly chat with Pikachu, and when it starts bouncing like that, he actually has like a little unique cutscene based on what's in the area. I think in the original game, the random chatting with Pikachu and the getting hints from Pikachu were like part of the same button. So it's nice that they have it separated now, so you can tell when it's a hint and when it's, hey, Pikachu just wants to chat. What is going on down there? Indeed, he really really helps loosen up the knots in my shoulders, okay. What's going on here? Oh no, Hariyama's facing off against Poliwrath again. Why does he act out like this? He's usually so gentle. Is something wrong? My partner Hariyama loves showing off its strength, especially when he can test it against someone else's. And since Poliwrath is so proud of its muscles, Hariyama considers it a rival. Once they start going at it, it's hard to stop them. Yikes, I guess we'd better avoid that alley for now. What if I don't want to? A Poliwrath and a Hariyama. They're squaring off. You could cut the tension with a knife. Looks like a fight could break out any second. We should probably avoid this alley if we don't want to accidentally set them off. That's a nice fountain. Something shining in the fountain. What could it be? Oh? Little jump scarer? Inkay. Whoa! I know I saw something. It was a Pokemon? That's an Inkay, Tim. It lights up its spots to communicate with friends. Never figured it'd use those lights to lure someone in close enough for a prank. Yeah, it definitely surprised me. Inkay, Inkay. Hey, Inkay, maybe go easy on the jump scares, okay? Also, jump scare is 2 words? I've always written it as 1. I guess it makes sense for it to be 2 words. Why does it still have an exclamation mark? K, Inkay. Try not to let your pranks go too far, alright? Great job, Maractus. Your dancing is so cute. From the top, 1, 2, 1, 2. Maraca. How about a little snack for you and your partner? Oh, there he is. Hello. I appreciate you coming on such short notice, Tim. This way. The crime took place at the dentist resident up ahead. Just slowly walking away. Very slowly. Spell it both ways so I'm never wrong. Nice. That is a big ass McMansion.
Well, if it isn't the great detectives.
It's Brad McMaster, the police lieutenant. And his main trick. It's been a while, Brad. I see you're on the case too. I suppose that means you are as well. You private detectives do love sticking your noses into every little thing. If Mr. Dennis hadn't requested you personally, I'd be asking you to leave right now. Yep, he's still a jerk. One sec. Gotta get comfy. Gotta get comfy for this mystery solving. Think he's still holding a grudge from that time we showed him up? My neck. He says no funny business. Sheesh, no wonder you two are partners. That's enough, Brad. We're going to be conducting this investigation together. This is the scene of the crime, right? Yes, this mansion belongs to Sanjeev Dennis, a jeweler. Really? A jeweler is able to afford this gigantic-ass mansion? Mr. Dennis is one of the wealthiest men in Rhyme City. How does a jeweler get to be this wealthy? Does his father own an emerald mine? Under normal circumstances, a civilian like yourself would never have the opportunity to meet him. Make sure you don't do anything to offend him. Oh, and don't get in the way of our investigation either. He's just got to dig in somewhere, doesn't he? Okay, Tim, come inside. Both the games I'm playing at the moment have a character running in the corner as the loading screen.
I see.
All right, Tim. Mr. Dennis is waiting for you in the room to the right. Thanks, Inspector Holliday. All right. Hello, Mr. Sanjeev. Mr. Sanjeev Dennis.
Tim, I've been waiting for you.
Sanjeev Dennis, a jeweler who is incredibly wealthy. And Growlith. Not the Hisuian one, though. My name is Sanjeev Dennis. I'm a jeweler, and this is my partner Growlith. Growl. I'm Tim Goodman. I'm Detective Tim Goodman, and this is my partner Pikachu. Sorry to jump right to it, but could you please tell us what you know about the incident?
Oh.
A precious jewel has been stolen while I was out of the house. It's called the Aurora Drop, and it's a very rare jewel indeed. The Aurora Drop? What a mysterious name. Magical, even. The thief injured one of my staff members and made off with the jewel. Noted testimony. Thankfully, my staff member's injuries were minor, and yet... Is something sticking out to you as odd? Well, the police are treating my trusted butler as the prime suspect. They think the butler did it? It's always the butler. Could you tell me a bit more about the stolen jewel? It looks like this. Most gemstones must first be cut and polished into beautiful jewels, but the Aurora Drop is said to have naturally formed into this shape. It looks like an oval version of like the Soul Dew, the exclusive item that Latios and Latios have. Soul Dew or Dew, however you prefer to pronounce that word. The way it shines looks a bit like an aurora. Yes, that's precisely how it got its name. The Aurora Drop has been the subject of many a tale, but it was thought to be nothing more than fiction. Even among us jewelers, for the longest time we called it the Jewel of Legend. Gotta take a screenshot whenever a character says Among Us. Wow, he wasn't kidding when he called it precious. Guess it's no surprise that someone wanted to steal it. It definitely sounds valuable. Where were you displaying it? I kept it securely locked within a special reinforced case inside my jewels storage room. There are locks on both the storage room door and the reinforced case. And yet despite all that security, it still got stolen. You mentioned that the police already have a suspect. Yes, they believe that the thief is my own trusted butler, Barnes. Barnes and Noble? Why do they think that? Because Barnes and I are the only people who can access the key to the storage room. What's keeping someone else from getting to it? The key is always kept around Growlith's neck. If anyone but Barnes or myself attempted to take it from her, Growlith would start barking. My Growlith is a very loyal Pokemon. She would never allow the key to be taken by a stranger. I don't see a key around Growlith's neck right now. The police think Barnes took it. That would certainly make sense, assuming Barnes is the culprit. Mr. Dennis, if possible, I'd like to talk with Barnes. He's currently being questioned by the police. But you don't believe Barnes is the thief, is that correct? I've known Barnes since we were young. He's worked in this home for years and has always served us well. I'm certain that he'd never steal from me. And I couldn't possibly imagine him hurting anyone. So you're saying Barnes didn't do it and the real culprit is still at large? That's right. Someone must have stolen the jewel. Please help prove that Barnes is innocent. Ah, so that's why he called us here, to clear his butler's name. We'll talk to Barnes later. So, finding the Aurora Drop and clearing Barnes of suspicion. Those are the two things you called us here to do? Could you please? You're the only ones I can count on. Our job is to investigate the case and reveal the truth. We won't know if Barnes is truly innocent until we look into this more. Yeah, the police must have some reason to suspect him. But we'll do what we can. If that's acceptable to you, we'll take the case. That's more than acceptable. Thank you, Tim. Great. In that case, may I start investigating the scene of the crime? Of course, the jewel storage room is just upstairs. I know you won't let me down. But I wanted to talk to the Growlithe. Wait a second, Tim. There's something I want to try, starting with this case. Something you want to try? Yeah, a case notebook. The writers for Detective Journal swear by it. Detective Journal? That's that magazine you're always reading, right? Yeah, that's the one. They researched the most efficient ways for detectives to organize their case notes. The solution they came up with was a case notebook. Sounds intriguing. How does it work? I'm getting to that. First, open up your notebook. How was the jewel stolen? Sanjeev Davis's jewel has apparently been stolen, but how did the culprit steal it? Investigate the scene of the crime on the second floor for clues. First, let's write in the notebook any burning questions that arise while we're investigating. Oh, I remember this theme. This is like a new version of the deduction theme, I guess, is what I'd call it, from the first game. We'll summarize the testimony and evidence that we've gathered during our investigation on the page below. The Aurora Drop is Mr. Dennis's prized jewel. Someone has stolen it. After we've collected enough testimonies and evidence, the begin deducing option will appear. When you select this, we can start deducing the answers to our questions. If we don't have enough testimonies or evidence, well, we don't have enough testimonies or evidence right now, but once we do, we'll be able to start deducing. I guess actually using the notebook is the best approach. So Tim, what do we have right now? We have to collect testimonies and evidence to figure out how the jewel was stolen. To do that, we first have to investigate the scene of the crime. That's right. Let's go check out the jewel storage room. But I wanted to talk to Growlithe. Growl. It's Dennis's partner, Growlithe. His name isn't Dennis. Should be Mr. Dennis's partner. She sure doesn't look happy. Growl. Apparently she feels responsible. No wonder she's so down. Maybe we should leave her alone for a while. Okay, understandable.
I see.
I take it you've heard what Mr. Dennis has to say? I'm guessing he also told you about his butler. He's definitely not pleased that Barnes has fallen under suspicion. Sure seems that way. In my position, I'm not at liberty to share all the information we've gathered. But if there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. Thank you. What was the situation at the time of the incident? We're still looking into that. I'm sure you'll get more direct answers by asking the witnesses themselves. He's right. We should take this one step at a time and gather our own intel. I was told Barnes is the police's prime suspect. Well, circumstantial evidence certainly seems to be pointing in his direction. He doesn't sound terribly convinced. Does anything strike you as odd? Yes, actually, I can't think of a single motive for Barnes to steal that jewel. He doesn't appear to bear any ill will towards Mr. Dennis. He's in no trouble financially. That being said, we may uncover a motive in the course of our investigation. But for now, I can't say anything with certainty. Understood. I hear the Aurora Drop is an incredibly valuable jewel. The Aurora Drop's not just valuable, it's famous throughout the entire jewel industry. Then there must be plenty of people who'd like to get their hands on it. Could the jewel have been stolen by an intruder? I can't rule out that possibility, but based on current evidence, I'd say the likelihood of a burglary is low. Thank you for the information. Lieutenant McMaster is currently interviewing Mr. Barnes in this room.
Excuse me?
I guess it would be too much to ask for us to join in, right? I'm afraid we can't even allow the great Detective Tim to do that. Police protocol, you understand.
Manning.
Hey, I have a couple questions to ask. Got a moment? Maniac. Don't want to waste time chatting while you're on duty, huh? Awfully stubborn, aren't you? You're even harder to talk to than Brad's main that trick. The name of this painting is Golden Sunrise, and it depicts Ho-Oh, a Pokemon that's spoken of in legends. They say it brings eternal happiness, and that its wings shine with rainbow-colored light. Rainbow-colored light, huh? The painting sure is beautiful, but I'll bet the real thing is even more breathtaking. Gotta investigate everything. You never know what flavor text you could be missing if you just rush ahead. The name of this painting is Silver Waves, and it depicts Lugia, a Pokemon known as the Guardian of the Seas. Thank you for the redeem spell. Sorry about my chair creaking. It's rumored to live deep down on the ocean, but no one's ever seen it. That makes sense. The ocean floor is not exactly a place you just casually visit. Fun fact, you can actually find Lugia on the sea floor in new Pokemon Snap. So that's cool. I've never gotten to it, but it is a thing that you can do. At least I'm pretty sure. This room is currently being searched by the police. Okay. I assume that means it's or does that mean we can't go in there? Oh? A feather. Multiple feathers.
Oh.
What's all this? Pokemon feathers? Sure looks like it. They're scattered all over the floor, and the window's open. Maybe a Pokemon got in or out through here. Do you think it has anything to do with this case? Look at this. One of these feathers is darker than the others. You're right. The other 6 are a lighter shade of blue. Something about that is nagging at me. Multicolored Pokemon, perhaps? So are we allowed in the room? I assume not.
Whoa!
We may be investigating a crime, but we should still respect the residents' privacy. We shouldn't go barging into rooms that have nothing to do with the case, Tim. True, we need to focus on the jewel storage room. Okie dokie. If you say so. This is the jewel storage room, the scene of the crime. Thank you. The jewel storage room has been left exactly as it was at the time of the incident. Inspector Holliday's already filled me in. Please go right ahead.
Yes.
Thank you. Those boxes look familiar. I feel like there's an item in Pokemon that looks exactly like that. I recognize that floating fluff. Why did the whole one look like a 3D render on the Lugia one? I think the whole one was also done as a painting. It just looks a lot flatter in its art style. What is it, Pikachu? I checked out the door, but there are no signs of forced entry. Then we can be fairly certain the thief used a key to get in. According to the dentist. His name is... It bothers me that Pikachu keeps referring to this guy by his surname. Especially because his surname sounds like a first name. It's not like calling someone Smith or something. Dennis is just a normal ass name. According to Dennis, this room's where the Aurora drop used to be. Let's take a closer look. I can get hints, but I don't want hints. What a beautiful jewel. So clear and sparkly, absolutely brilliant. Can I see it without the... Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. What's that lot? A diamond. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and Diamond. Amazing. And then is that gold? No, that's probably just a... Yeah, that's a name plaque and we can't see. Wait a second. What did Pikachu say about this? Brilliant! It's Brilliant Diamond. Amazing. It's the remake. It's a red jewel. What a vibrant red. Like boiling hot lava. It's almost too bright to look at. That's a reference to Groudon. This one's a blue jewel. It's a deep blue like the ocean. It has a kind of magical feeling to it. That's Kyogre. A green jewel. That fresh green color reminds me of the forest. The forest? But it's supposed to be Rayquaza. And I hold on, let me... What is Gimme Gold? No, that's not a Gimme Gold chest. Pokemon treasure chest. Oh, leaf green, yeah, it could be. Leaf green, and then ruby and sapphire, I guess. Or it could just be red, blue, green. Okay, searching treasure chest items just brings up Pokemon trading card stuff, so I guess... I feel like... Maybe Mystery Dungeon? I don't know. I just feel like there's been a treasure chest that looks exactly like that in Pokemon before. This area looks more disturbed than the rest. Let's start investigating. We might find a clue. Alright. Don't let any details slip by you, Tim.
Let me see.
Let's see. Where should we look first? What is he doing? Oh ho! There's another. Here's a blue feather. Do you think the Pokemon it belonged to is in this room? Maybe it's from a Pokemon that lives in the mansion. Let's look into that later. There's some cotton on the ground. It looks really fluffy and soft. And this is why they mentioned the cottony before. Or the whimsicott, rather. Cotton on the ground. What's a bunch of cotton doing in here? That looks like part of the jewel case. Based on the shape, do you think the top of half of the case was cut off? Yeah, it looks that way. It's a really clean cut. Slicing it must have taken one seriously sharp blade. I doubt a human can pull that off. This is the only case that's damaged. Must be where they kept the Aurora drop. The edge looks like it was sliced clean with a blade. What kind of blade could slice this cleanly through such a sturdy jewel case? And then there's the lock. The jewel case is still locked. So they were able... Hold on, I'm putting my jumper back on because... It was warming up and now it is not. It's probably just a weird in-between temperature right now. There we go. Like Dennis said, the jewel in this case was stored under lock and key. And the key to the case is a different key than the one in the jewel storage room. I wonder who has the key then?
Right.
We've covered everything I was wondering about. Any other spots you want to check? So, in other words, we've gotten all the evidence we need. But we might as well have a look around just to see if there's anything we're missing. The base of the jewel case is firmly fixed to the floor. Yeah, moving the base doesn't even look possible. Can't look at any of the other stuff around. What are you doing, Pikachu?
Hey, Tim. Quit looking at my tail and start investigating anything that looks suspicious. Okay, let's start deducing.
Okay. You've probably figured out how the culprit stole the jewel by now, eh? Alright, let's begin deducing in your case notebook. It's deduction time, let's go.
Okay.
We have a few plausible theories. Which do you think is right? Okay. This is a downgrade from the first game. The first game, because it was on the 3DS, it had two screens. The bottom screen showed, your case notebook and, like, all your notes and stuff. The top screen had Pikachu pacing around and talking to you. So the fact that we've only got one screen means they now just have to put the dialogue in this little box down the bottom instead of having Pikachu walking around and addressing stuff. Which is a shame. Rest in peace, 3DS. We have a few plausible theories. Which do you think is right? Simplified gameplay? It's not simplified gameplay, it's simplified presentation. The gameplay is still the same, basically. The culprit hasn't actually stolen the jewel yet. Said they may have hidden it amongst the cotton. Culprit cut open the case and stole the jewel. Or the culprit unlocked the case. That is, culprit cut open.
Okay.
From what we've seen at the crime scene, we can tell that the jewel case was sliced open. After that, the Aurora drop was removed from the case and taken away. Right. And we saw that the jewel case was still locked, which supports that claim. We still need to investigate more to determine how the case was sliced open. But at least we know how the thief got their hands on the Aurora drop. Yeah, we've made our first step forward.
Okay.
understand how to use the case notebook now. Yep, once I've got some evidence, I'll start deducing. So that this is obviously very simple, but that's because it's the first, this is the tutorial case, you know? Feel free to start deducing whenever you feel like it. After investigating the scene, we know how the crime was carried out. We can be certain that the culprit sliced open the case and took the jewel from inside. But there's one thing that's strange. Oh yeah? Yeah, Tim. What's strange about the way the crime was committed? The glass was cut, but the door wasn't.
Oh!
The door to the storage room was opened with a key. But the jewel case was still locked when it was sliced apart. That's right. So that means the thief only had one of the keys, the one to the storage room. They didn't have the key to the jewel case. According to Mr. Dennis, only he and Barnes can access the jewel storage room. I understand why the police suspect Barnes, but I'm not so sure. Obviously, it'd be best if we could talk to Barnes ourselves, but he's still being questioned. We need to ask Mr. Dennis about the lock on the jewel case. Right. After we wrap up here, let's go ask him. So how's the investigation going, Tim? Oh, Mr. Dennis. Sorry, I couldn't stand just waiting around. Have you discovered anything? It does appear the culprits used the storage room key to gain entry. We believe they cut open the jewel case and took the Aurora drop. Is that so? I suppose that doesn't help Barnes much since he had access to the key. I have a question for you, Mr. Dennis. Who has the key to the jewel case? I have it right here. I always carry the key to the jewel case on my person. I don't remember if this was the voice I gave him originally, but oh well. I've known Barnes a very long time, but I still won't give him this key. The security of the jewel case is my personal responsibility. Got it. So both Barnes and Dennis can access the key to the jewel storage room, but only Mr. Dennis has access to the key to the jewel case itself. That's valuable information, Mr. Dennis. Thank you. Really? I thought I might be getting in the way, but I'm glad to hear I could help. The Aurora drop is meant to become a symbol of the revival of Rhyme City. Anyway, I'm counting on you, Tim. A symbol of revival? Let's ask Dennis about that later. Is Bonds the culprit? The police suspect Brandon Bond. We haven't heard his first name yet, I'm pretty sure. But okay. The police suspect Brandon Bonds is the culprit. Begin interviewing the people and Pokemon around the mansion. The thief cut open the case to steal the jewel, but they had the key to get into the storage room. The only people who have access to that key are Dennis and Barnes, so it makes sense that the police would suspect Barnes. If the key had been used to unlock the storage room, Barnes wouldn't be under suspicion in the first place. Why would he do that, knowing people would suspect him? Maybe he didn't think that far ahead. In any case, based on what we found at the scene of the crime, we can't be certain of anything just yet. We need to talk to Barnes and the other people in the mansion and hear what they have to say. Not just the people, the Pokemon too. I'll interpret for you and talk to them. Alright, I'm counting on you, Pikachu. Now that we've got our next steps figured out, let's start interviewing everyone right away. And so we can begin deducing if we want, but we only have one piece of evidence. There's no way we're going to be able to actually figure things out yet. From what I remember, normally that button's there the entire time, but once you have enough evidence, Pikachu will be like, hey, I think we can deduce it now. This is a jewel storage room, the scene of the crime. Okay. So probably only people who have like a exclamation mark above their head are important to talk to right now, I'm guessing. The police probably wouldn't know anything they're willing to tell us at least. Oh, hello. Who are you?
Hello there, Detective Tim.
Why did you
I mean, Detective Goodman?
Larry Turner. Newest staff member for the Dennis residence. Wait, you are the detective, right? That's what Mr. Dennis said, at least. The name's... Oh, wait, that's not proper enough, sorry. My name is Larry Turner. I am a member of the house staff. House staff, huh? Seems in over his head. If you need anything, just let me know. Just let me know. I mean, please inform me if... You really don't have to be so formal with us. Thanks. That's a huge relief. I got this job a while ago, but I'm still not used to talking all fancy. Uh-oh. Is that a problem? Well, it's a good thing for me that Barnes deals with all the important guests. My main duties are taking care of the Pokemon, managing the house, and groundskeeping. I can handle all that, no problem. I don't know, this guy isn't exactly filling me with confidence in his ability to do his job. Anyway, you wanted to talk about what happened, right? I mean, I already told the police everything I know. I'm really sorry for taking up more of your time. Oh, sorry, that's not what I meant. I'm not complaining or anything. It's just that I don't remember what happened very well. Something attacked me out of nowhere and I blacked out. Oh, so he's the guy that was injured. Something attacked him. Not the thief, then. Can you please tell us more about that, Mr. Turner? Sure, no problem. Right, so where to start? I was just doing my job like normal today. I had made food for the Pokemon, did some cleaning around the mansion, that sort of thing. I think I was tidying the garden when it happened. I saw a ducklet fly out of the second-story window, and that explains the feathers. As I recall, I wondered where she was going. I mean, usually ducklet just walks out the front door. It seemed weird to me, so I went upstairs to see what was going on. And that's when I saw the door to the jewel storage room was wide open. If that wasn't shocking enough, the moment I went to look inside, I suddenly got punched by a Pokemon. Punched. So we want a Pokemon that can slash and punch? Next thing I knew, I was lying on a sofa and someone was treating my wounds. A Pokemon punched you? Yeah, I feel like I glimpsed a small red figure for just a moment. If it wasn't small, I would say it was Caesar. Or Sizzle? I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. Probably Sizzle. Based on the size, it couldn't have been humans, so I'm guessing it was a Pokemon. A red Pokemon. Do you know what kind it was? I'm really not sure. It all happened so fast. I see. I'm sorry that happened to you. But I'm glad you weren't seriously hurt. That's what the doctor said too. No Pokemon would want to steal the Aurora Drop. It's possible that the culprit ordered their partner to swipe the jewel and punch out Turner. So Tim, now that you've heard Turner's story, what do you think? We need to find the ducklet that flew out the window, and that red Pokemon too. Yep, you got it. About the culprit.
Excuse me?
Did you see anything else when the Pokemon attacked you? The thief who brought the Pokemon along was probably nearby. Unfortunately, that's all I saw. I see. Can you think of any other details that might give us a clue about the culprit? Nothing in particular is coming to mind. I mean, Mr. Dennis is such a nice person. I've never heard of anyone holding a grudge against him. I was really surprised to hear that Barnes is a suspect. You don't think Barnes is responsible? I guess the police must have some reason to suspect him, but honestly, I just can't believe it. Barnes is still showing me the ropes around here. He's a great co-worker with tons of experience. I mean, if you'd known Barnes before all this, you could never imagine him being a thief.
Excuse me?
Do you know anything about the stolen jewel? The Aurora Drop? I've never even seen the thing. It's been shut up in that storage room ever since it was brought to the house. Of course, I know it's valuable and all. I assume that's what's been causing all the arguments between Mr. and Mrs. Dennis lately. What sort of arguments? In case you haven't heard, Mr. Dennis says he's going to donate the Aurora Drop. Seems like Mrs. Dennis is against that plan. They've been fighting about it almost nightly. Every night? It must really be a point of contention. I guess Mrs. Dennis just doesn't want to give up such a valuable jewel. So the Aurora Drop's been driving a wedge between husband and wife, eh? Oh, I'm guessing that's Mrs. Dennis then. Ask me anything you'd like. At the symbol of revival. What makes the Aurora Drop a symbol of revival? 2 years ago, during the R incident, my jewel shop suffered considerable damage. Wait, you were a victim of the R incident? Yes, some Pokemon who'd been exposed to R went berserk. Their rampage destroyed my shop, to say nothing of the damage done to my jewels and other goods. By that time, I already had the Aurora Drop, so I kept it stored safely in the shop. So was the Aurora Drop damaged too? No, as a matter of fact, it wasn't. Of all the jewels in my shop, the Aurora Drop was the only one to remain unscathed. In fact, debris fell so perfectly around the Aurora Drop you might believe it was being protected. That's incredible. I guess there's some magic left in the world after all. Ever since then, the Aurora Drop became known as the jewel that survived the R incident. People started visiting my shop just to see it. And thanks to all that attention, my business was able to get back on its feet. Sounds like a valuable jewel, in more ways than one. What made you decide to bring it back to your mansion instead of keeping it at your shop? I decided to donate it to Rhyme City. The Aurora Drop? But why donate something so precious to you? It's not just precious to me, and that's exactly why I decided to donate it. Mayor Myers has done his part for improving our city by declaring the start of Pokemon Friendship Week. I thought it was about time I did mine. I wanted to donate the jewel that survived the R incident as a symbol of Rhyme City's survival. I hope that by doing so I can liven up not just my shop, but the whole city as well. Wow, Dennis, I'm impressed. That's a wonderful gesture. I'm glad you think so. Not everyone is so pleased about it. Oh? Forget I said anything. I shouldn't burden you with concern over such personal matters. For now, I'm counting on you to find the Aurora Drop as quickly as possible. Understood. We'll do everything we can. Let's go speak to Mrs. Dennis, presumably.
Yes. You certainly don't look like you're with the police. State your business.
Claudia Dennis, Sanjeev Dennis's wife. We're detectives. Mr. Dennis asked us to investigate the incident that occurred here. Detectives? Oh, I suppose my husband did say something about that. Your husband? That must mean you're Claudia Dennis, Sanjeev's wife. Oh, I'm sorry to bother you. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? I do mind, actually. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. The case has already been solved. What do you mean? The police said that Barnes is behind all this, so the matter's settled. She's the culprit. Calling it now. Well, I've heard he's under suspicion, yes. But we can't be certain that it was Barnes who committed the crime. You sound just like my husband. But nothing you say will change the fact that Barnes is the culprit. Barnes' partner Ducklet was up to no good. I saw it with my own eyes. Did you witness the crime? Barnes' partner Ducklet was involved in the crime? You look as though you don't believe me.
Excuse me?
Is it true you witnessed the crime? Well, I didn't exactly see it clearly. Huh? But I did witness some irrefutable proof. What exactly did you see? At the time of the incident, I was enjoying a cup of tea in my room on the second floor. Just then I noticed a bird Pokemon flying outside the window. A bird Pokemon? Yes, I clearly saw a blue bird Pokemon. It had to have been Ducklet. Okay, maybe she's not the culprit and she's just incredibly stubborn. I'm guessing the blue bird Pokemon was not in fact Ducklet. In fact, off the top of my head, I'm thinking potentially it was Cramorant, and it stuck the jewel in its mouth and then flew off. We did find blue feathers near the window in the storage room. So those were ducklets? In hindsight, she was obviously stealing the jewel. I also heard faint sounds before that. Like something metallic. A metallic sound? Do you know what could have made that noise? No, I don't. But the storage room was ransacked, wasn't it? I suppose she must have broken something in the act. And I've heard it confirmed that Ducklet's feathers were found in the room. Not quite. There was a feather, but I don't think it was Ducklet's. Isn't that proof enough that Barnes is the culprit? She's pretty darn convinced of her own theory. But all it's based on is a metallic sound and the sight of a flying blue bird Pokemon. Pretty flimsy if you ask me. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mrs. Dennis, but that information alone isn't enough to definitively prove Barnes is the culprit. Then hurry up and find whoever it is and get that jewel back. Isn't that what my husband hired you for? I get that she's upset, but she doesn't have to take it out on us.
Excuse me?
Mr. Dennis seems confident that Barnes is innocent. Oh yes, I'm sure he is. He's always been too trusting. Especially when it comes to Barnes. Those two really trust each other that much? I'm told Barnes has worked here for a very long time. Much longer, in fact, than I've known Sanjeev. I suppose that's why Barnes is always taking my husband's side. What do you mean by that? Whenever my husband and I have a disagreement, Barnes inevitably sides with Sanjeev, even though I'm sure he believes he's being impartial. That lack of self-awareness is yet another of his many flaws. I get the feeling Claudia is not a huge fan of Barnes. Do you think that's why she's so sure he's the thief? Probably.
Excuse me?
Could you tell me more about Ducklet? Ducklet is Barnes' partner. She dotes on him tirelessly and is always by his side. You mentioned earlier that she might be involved in the crime somehow. Would Ducklet be capable of such a thing? Yes, she even helps out Barnes with his shopping. She'd certainly be capable of making off with a jewel. Well, whether or not Ducklet stole the jewel, the only thing that seems certain is that she really loves Barnes.
Yes?
The Aurora Drop is an incredibly valuable jewel. Mr. Dennis told me the same thing. But do you really understand? Can you even comprehend how valuable it is? Huh? I knew it. Just look at those blank expressions. Hey, my face always looks like this. As it is, I'm not even sure my husband understands the true value of that jewel. After getting his hands on something so precious, why would he donate it to Rhyme City? So you're against donating the Aurora Drop? Of course I am. Treasures like that aren't meant to be paraded around for the general public. They should be preserved for quiet observation by a select few. I do not like this lady. Hard to imagine her quietly doing anything. Let me just... Okay, so this is very clearly a painting. You can see by the shading on Lugia, and the background obviously. But if we look at Ho-Oh... Yeah, that's still a painting, it's just got a much more simplified style, I think. Much like the simplified presentation of this game. All ears for mansion gossip. Fab. Oh, it's Clefable, Miss Dennis's partner, apparently. Can I ask you a few questions? Faye. Whoa, what gives? No need to be so rude. What's wrong? Seems she's real suspicious of us. Maybe she's feeling sensitive after the incident here. Now then, Miss Barnes, we'll thank you to not leave the mansion until further notice. Oh, is that Mr. Barnes? I'm dumb. Understood. Hey, it sounds like the police finished questioning Barnes. Let's go talk to him. Yeah. Brandon Barnes, butler of the Dennis residence. We haven't even heard his voice yet. How am I supposed to voice him? How did it come to this? Why are the police so suspicious of me? Excuse me, are you Mr. Barnes? Who might you be? I'm Detective Tim Goodman. Mr. Dennis has hired me to investigate the crime that occurred here. Is that so? My apologies. I am Brandon Barnes. I work here at the Dennis residence as a butler. Do you mind if we ask you some questions, Mr. Barnes? I realize you must be tired since you were just questioned by the police. Please, don't worry about that. If you've been hired by Mr. Dennis, then it is my duty to give you my full cooperation. Thank you. What would you like me to speak about first?
Yes.
I was away when the incident occurred. It wasn't until after I'd finished my errand and entered the house I realized something was amiss. I heard Turner cry out from the second floor. When I rushed upstairs, I found him collapsed on the floor in front of the jewels storage room. So that means Barnes was the first witness to arrive at the scene of the crime. Which, of course, makes him seem even more suspicious. Thank you for the clip, Theo. Did you see the thief or their partner Pokemon? No, nothing like that. Wait, if Barnes ran up the stairs, you'd think he would have run straight into the thief. If he didn't see anyone, could they have escaped from the second floor? Did you check the storage room? Yes, the door was already open. And when I looked inside, I saw that the Aurora drop was gone. I then contacted Mr. Dennis and the police right away. Is there anyone who can corroborate your whereabouts at the time? Unfortunately not. It was only after Mrs. Dennis came out of her room to see what the commotion was about. And the only others in the house at the time were Growlithe and Clefable. Naturally, no one can take witness statements from Pokemon, so I'm afraid I have no alibi. That's where we come in. The Pokemon that live in this mansion might know something. So, Mr. Barnes, do you have any idea who the thief might be? Not a clue, I'm afraid. But I do know that Mr. Dennis and I are the only ones who can freely use the key to the jewel's storage room. Growlithe guards that key with constant vigilance, so I imagine it would be very difficult for anyone else to take it from her. I suppose it's no great wonder that the police suspect me, given the circumstances, but I would never do something so senseless. At least this confirms that only those two have access to the key.
Yes.
Ducklet is my dear partner Pokemon. Just look at this photo. Ah. That's Ducklet with you there? Yes, isn't she adorable? Just look at her feathers, simply beautiful. But that's not all. She's also incredibly clever and even helps me out with my work. Oh, excuse me. I'm terribly sorry, I tend to get a bit carried away when I speak about Ducklet. It's really no problem. You mentioned that she helps you out with your work. What exactly does she do? Let's see. She runs errands for me, such as buying coffee beans from a local cafe. Oh, she buys coffee beans. Nice. There's a place nearby called the Hi Hat Cafe. Perhaps you've heard of it? She regularly goes shopping there by herself. If that's their go-to cafe, then it's gotta be for the Hi Hat blend. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Rhyme City elites have such refined taste. I asked her to go to the cafe today, in fact, but she hasn't returned yet. Could she have wandered off somewhere? Do you have any idea where Ducklet might be? Unfortunately, no. The feathers found at the scene of the crime are Ducklet's, right? Yes, no question about it. But I haven't the faintest idea why Ducklet's feathers would be there. Just the thought of her getting caught up in the crime somehow. I'm so worried I can hardly think straight. Out of all the jewels in Mr. Dennis's collection, he considers the Aurora Drop to be his most precious. He worked tirelessly to acquire it in the first place. You might even say the Aurora Drop is the physical manifestation, the crystallization of Mr. Dennis's career as a jeweler. I wish nothing but swift retribution on the thief who stole it from him. Also, I'm just now, like, I was like, I wonder if there are going to be Gen 9 Pokemon in here, because there are Gen 8. But I'm realizing this game's been in development for like, what, 4 years? 4 or 5 years since they announced it? They probably have not included the Gen 9 Pokemon that only first made their appearance last year. I wish nothing but swift retribution on the thief who stole it from him. For someone who speaks so formally, Barnes is a pretty passionate guy, isn't he? Please, Tim, find the Aurora Drop. I beg you. Don't worry, sir. We're on the case.
Well...
Based on Barnes' testimony, I'm not surprised the police suspect him. Yeah, if only there was another witness at least. About that, aren't you forgetting something, Tim? Huh? Barnes told us that Growlithe and Clefable were in the mansion at the time of the incident, remember? Oh, right, maybe the Pokemon saw something. Exactly. You can leave the rest to me. Let's go question them, Tim.
Tim.
But there's also these people. Oh, wait. He wanted to get my attention. What do you want, great detective? Have you finished questioning Barnes? For now, anyway. We just haven't finished gathering our evidence. Doesn't change the fact that Barnes is still a suspect. If you don't mind, could we ask you some questions? If you insist, but I have no intention of sharing confidential information with you.
Excuse me?
Is the storage room key the reason the police suspect Barnes? Oh, so you know that much already? Well, no point in denying it. The only two people who can access the key are the homeowner and his butler, Mr. Dennis and Barnes. I highly doubt Mr. Dennis staged all this himself, which leaves Barnes as the only logical suspect. Not only that, there were ducklet feathers at the scene of the crime, and Barnes' partner is a ducklet. Clearly, Barnes used the key to get inside the storage room, and then had Ducklet fly off with the jewel. That is my working theory. Duly noted. We don't have any decisive evidence yet, but we're going to find this ducklet that flew the coop, and then we'll get definitive proof. You'll see. Well, I'll be continuing my own investigation. Suit yourself. Are you following any leads other than Barnes? Of course we are. We've already collected statements from every last person in this house. Do you mind if I ask what your impression of each of them was? Well, I suppose I could tell you that much. Mr. Dennis seems rather shaken by Barnes falling under suspicion, and his wife Claudia is reacting quite impetuously. She's been approaching us repeatedly to demand that we hurry up and wrap up our investigation. Okay, never mind, maybe she is the culprit. Oof, that's gotta be tough. I almost feel bad for Brad. One of their staff members, Turner, has been very cooperative with our investigations. He's told us a lot about everything that happened up until he lost consciousness. I suppose that's all I can say for now. Thank you, we'll keep that in mind. The police can question people, but they can't talk to Pokemon. Interviewing the Pokemon around here might help us paint a clearer picture of what went down. Maynek. No need to glare at us like that, Maynetric. Maynek. Calm down already, we're not gonna get in the way of your police work. Brad's Maynetric sure is committed to the job. True, and he's been keeping watch, so if anyone tried to hide some evidence, he'd spot it right away. I guess he is helpful in that way, but... Maynek, I just wish he'd dial back his aggression towards me.
Tim.
Alright. This?
Yo, Maynetric, working hard?
Stay out of my way.
Hey, what did I ever do to you?
Nice that they translate it for us.
I see.
Ask anything you want, Tim. Inspector Holliday, I know this has nothing to do with the current case, but you want to ask me about Harry? Yes. Do the police have any new leads on my father's whereabouts? I'm sorry, Tim, but we haven't made any developments on that front. Oh. Well, thanks anyway. I still don't understand it myself. Harry was working on the R case when he went missing, so it stands to reason that if you followed that thread, you'd find Harry too. The case has been closed, and we still don't have a single clue. Seriously, where did Harry disappear to? Don't be discouraged, Tim. Look how far you've come in 2 years since you moved to the city in search of your father. You've become such a great detective that the mayor himself recognized you with an award. You'll find Harry, I'm sure of it. In the meantime, I'll keep offering whatever help I can. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Inspector Holiday. Oh, these guys do have new stuff. Oh, that's the same line of dialogue from before. So will Clefable talk to us now? Probably not. Faye! She still looks awfully suspicious of us. Let's try again later. Which means it's time to talk to Growlithe. Hey, Growlithe. Sorry to bug you when you're feeling down, but would it be alright if we asked you some questions? I think Pikachu got stuck on something and is now talking from outside the room. Growl? We're here to catch the thief, and we need your help to do that. Gow. You're willing to talk to us if it'll help Sanji? Is that a typo, or is Growlithe using a nickname? Because the dude's name is Sanjeev. Thanks. Okay, so it is supposed to be a nickname. Never mind, it's not a typo. Sanji? Growlithe's nickname for Dennis, as near as I can tell. Oh, right, his full name is Sanjeev Dennis, so I guess Sanji makes sense. Anyway, Growlithe, can we start with the questions? Growl. Gotcha. As Dennis's partner, it's your job to guard the mansion. As we already know, the key to the jewel storage room was around your neck. Gow. It's important to Dennis, so guarding it is important to you. Makes sense. Gow. Oh, I'm dumb. The entire time I was going like, why does Growlithe have a different background for its character portrait compared to everyone else? That's probably just its tail. And it's just taking up that side of the background, because you can see the regular background to the right of it. Gow. She says she'd never let anyone other than Dennis or Barnes even touch the key. Gow. So that's why you feel extra responsible for what happened, huh? She's really got a strong sense of responsibility. Don't worry, the two of us are gonna crack this case.
Well...
Do you remember anything about the time of the incident? Gow. You don't know because you were napping? Gow. What? Your breakfast was so tasty that you ate too much and it made you sleepy? Okay. Working theory, Mrs. Dennis drugged Growlithe to put Growlithe to sleep so that she could take the key and get the jewel. Alternatively, there's an alternate suspect that somehow got access to Growlithe's food. Hey, been there, believe me. What are you even talking about? Gow. You woke up when Barnes got home? That would have been right before all the commotion happened. And when you woke up, your precious key was gone? Growl. Yeah, I can tell you're upset. Gow. You'll do whatever it takes to help us catch the thief? Thanks. We'll come ask for an assist if anything comes up. All right, because Growlithe... In the trailer, they showed that we can ride Growlithe and sniff down scents. I didn't mean to select that again. Gow. She says Barnes is a kind and well-mannered person. He and Dennis are close, and she's never seen them fighting or arguing. Mr. Dennis really does seem to trust Barnes after all. Gow. And Growlithe likes Barnes too. Judging from what Growlithe says, it's hard to think of Barnes as a likely culprit. There wasn't anything in Growlith's testimony that could help us prove Barnes' innocence. Only one left to ask is Clefable. I'll do what I can to get Clefable to talk to us. Thanks, Pikachu. Oh, there he is. Faye. What, you think we're thieves returning to the scene of the crime? You got it all wrong, we're not here to steal anything. Oh, but Turner did see someone in red. Or something red, rather. We're actually great detectives looking to catch the thief. Please, can you answer some questions? Faye? Yes, really, come on, you could trust us. Faye? Yeah, help us out and I'm sure Claudia's bad mood will clear up too. Faye? Okay, so if Clefable really doesn't know anything, then I'm guessing it wasn't Claudia. So potentially, we don't know who Turner's partner is yet. So maybe Turner, I don't know, maybe he injured himself in order to hide the fact that he was the culprit or something. So you're willing to talk to us? Thanks. Guess Clefable was worried we'd do something bad to Mrs. Dennis.
Hey.
You have a job here at the mansion? Faye. No job per se, unless you count spending time with Claudia. Isn't it tough hanging around with someone so prickly? Faye! Claudia's not a bad person, you say? Sorry, I didn't mean to be insulting. Faye! Uh-huh, so Claudia is always arguing with someone or other. But when it's just you and her together, she starts to regret the whole thing? I get it now. Your job is to cheer her up when she gets into arguments. I'm noticing a problem here. All the text is at the bottom of the screen, and when I look down there, my camera can't tell that my eyes are open. Wow, you're actually pretty nice. I bet Clefable's pretty important to Mrs. Dennis. At the time of the incident. Did you notice anything strange happen today? Oh, did anything strange happen today? Faye. Clefable's saying she got real sleepy while playing in the mansion this morning. Clefable as well? Faye. Then she dozed off and doesn't know what happened after that. That's too bad. What do you think of Barnes? Do you get along with him alright? Faye. Claudia doesn't like Barnes, so Clefable tries not to have much to do with him. Faye. But she doesn't think Barnes is a bad person. After all, she says Barnes ran to help Turner when he got hurt. Wait, does that mean Clefable saw Barnes going upstairs to help Turner? Yeah, it's gotta. Clefable, what else can you tell us? Faye. Clefable was dozing near the front door this morning. When Barnes got home from doing that stuff outside, she woke up and greeted him at the door. Faye. Then Clefable and Barnes heard Turner cry out on the second floor, so they both went running upstairs. And that's when, to their surprise, they found Turner on the floor. That means when Turner was attacked, Barnes was still on the first floor. Which means...
Okay, let's start deducing. Great.
Got everything... Okay. I was gonna do that anyway, but sure.
Okay.
Alright, we've got some useful info. Let's stop for a moment and get our thoughts together. Based on everything we heard, is there anything that suggests Barnes is innocent? Let's review the information we gathered and see what we come up with. So we heard this. Barnes the only one, aside from Mr. Dennis, who had access to the jeweled storage room, so he must be the culprit. Barnes doesn't seem like he would betray Dennis. But most importantly, when Barnes returned to the mansion, both he and Clefable heard Larry Turner cry out, so it's highly unlikely that Barnes committed the crime.
Okay.
We learned that Clefable greeted Barnes when he returned to the mansion, and Growlith said she woke up at exactly the same time. Barnes and the others only became aware of the crime after that, Doesn't that mean Barnes couldn't be the culprit? Barnes was on the first floor when Turner was attacked. That would have made it very difficult for Barnes to steal the jewel. I'm not sure we can prove Barnes' innocence with that alone. Yeah, we can't exactly disclose that testimony came from a Pokemon. No one would believe us. It looks like we're going to need other evidence to prove his innocence. Barnes has an alibi. How can we prove Barnes' innocence? Pokemon testimonies alone are not enough to prove Barnes' innocence. We need to look for stronger evidence. Oh, and one of our clues from one of the previous parts is still here. Neato. We can't lift the suspicion around Barnes with Clefable's testimony alone. I think we're going to need some other kind of evidence to prove his innocence. But where should we look for it? Nothing immediately comes to mind. At times like this, it's best to try investigating other leads. We might find a thread somewhere unexpected that leads us back to this. Ah, so we can have multiple things going on at once and collect evidence for more than one question. That's an evolution of the first game's thing, because like the first game, it did have these deduction things, but it was always just like, okay, we're investigating this now. There's never more than one going on at once. So even if the presentation is a little simplified, it is an evolution of the gameplay. Where is the red Pokemon? The red Pokemon that entered the mansion is clearly involved in this incident somehow. Look for that Pokemon in Rhyme City. To get close to the truth of this case, we've got no choice but to find the Pokemon that the witnesses saw. Witnesses reported seeing a red Pokemon and Ducklet. I wonder if the Pokemon that cut open the jewel case is the culprit's partner. It makes sense to think that, but no such human was seen by witnesses. Having said that though, we might learn something if we can find the red Pokemon. Let's head into the city and get some leads on that red Pokemon. I'm sure we'll be able to figure out what Pokemon it actually is. And where did Ducklet go? At this point, it seems pretty unlikely that Barnes is the culprit. But then why did Ducklet leave from the second floor window? It seems unlikely that it's got nothing to do with the jewel theft. Finding Ducklet would be the quickest way to confirm that. Good call. Let's head into the city and look for her. Alright. I'm liking this. It adds more depth, I suppose. It's probably still very simple compared to other mystery games like Ace Attorney or something, but I mean, it's Pokemon. Of course, it's going to be simple. It's definitely aimed for like younger audiences, but that's fine. Looks like the only way to continue our investigation is to gather info in the city. But where should we go? Should we go after Ducklet or search for the red Pokemon? If you're unsure, why don't we try following Ducklet? I think we have a better lead to go on for that than for the red Pokemon. Oh right, we did hear that Ducklet was supposed to go buy coffee beans today. I'll bet you she went to the High Hat Cafe. You're right, we should probably go search the cafe. Let's not waste any time, Tim. So I was hoping to like finish the first like tutorial case today, but this may end up being a bit longer than expected. We'll see how we go. I can go a bit longer than normal. I don't really have... Well, I do have something I need to do today, but it's a small thing. Huh? What do you mean you won't help me? I understand how you feel, ma'am, but we're in the middle of an investigation right now. Yes, but what should I do? Looks like that woman has a problem. Sure does. I doubt it has anything to do with our case, but it's hard to not want to help someone who's in trouble. That's the spirit, Tim. If we see a person or Pokemon with a problem, let's do what we can to help them. That's what makes us this city's great detectives. But we do need to prioritize our current case. This is something we can help with when we have time. Right, first let's hear what she has to say. Good idea. Local concerns. During your investigation, people in Pokemon may request your help solving problems. These people and Pokemon have a blue speech bubble. If you see them, try talking to them. Local concerns that you've agreed to help with are added to a list. You can check this list anytime by pressing the Y button. Keep in mind that some of these requests aren't necessarily problems in the strictest sense. Interesting. So like I did notice that this game doesn't seem to have the same sort of chapter structure that the first game did. The first game is like each chapter is like a specific case or a specific investigation, and you're basically locked to a specific area while you're doing the chapter. But if there's going to be like side quests that you can tackle at any time, it kind of seems like we're just gonna have free reign to explore Rhyme City to an extent. Obviously they're gonna block off some areas at some points, like how we saw the Hariyama in the alley. But like, this is interesting. Excuse me, may I ask what's wrong? What's wrong, rather? My Lillipup's gone missing. Oh no, what happened? We were taking a walk together in Serenity Park. Oh, that was a place from the first game, I'm pretty sure. I guess Lillipup must have been having too much fun. He got so worked up he took off like a rocket. I've been searching all over for him, and now I'm exhausted. That police officer won't look into it for me either. I don't know what to do. We can't just ignore this.
That's right. Helping people is a detective's job, and finding lost Pokemon even more so.
We'd like to help you, ma'am. We're detectives, so we're pretty good at looking for lost people in Pokemon. Really? That would be a huge help. Can you think of anywhere your Lillipup might have gone? Well, I've already searched the park pretty thoroughly, but I haven't looked for him in the city yet. Also, my Lillipup likes quiet places, but I'm not sure there are any places like that around here. I think that's enough info for us to go on. Please wait here while we search for him. I'm so sorry to add to your workload when you already look so busy, but thank you. I hope you find my sweet Lillipup.
If we see a Lillipup during our investigation, we should talk to it.
Okay, so basically that's just like, yeah, if we run into one, we can go speak to it.
Cuckoo. Oh, if it isn't a P-Dove. Glad to see you're feeling better now.
Coo?
Who am I? What do you mean? I just rescued you a little while ago.
Coo?
It's forgotten the whole thing.
Well, P-Dove are known for their forgetfulness.
Lol.
Let's head back to the Hi-Hat Cafe so that we can potentially find Ducklet. And while we... Oh! There's new Pokemon here. Self-appointed City Patrol. What are you up to?
Chog. Watchog's hobby is observing things around the city.
In that case, maybe it's seen something useful.
Can't hurt to ask.
Chog.
Oh, you never get bored in the city because there are so many different people and Pokemon to watch? Must be fun having eyes like yours, especially since they let you see in the dark.
Watch out.
What, really?
Chog. What's it saying? You gotta tell me too.
Right, sorry. It says it saw a Ducklet pass by here.
If she passed by here, she was probably on her way to the cafe after all. Chog.
There are so many red Pokemon that you don't know which one we mean?
Good point. Do we know anything else about it?
Let's see. We know it's a Pokemon that can use a move to slice through hard objects, and it can easily knock down a human with a punch. What shell? You haven't seen any Pokemon like that around here? Alright then.
Greed.
Drub! Hey, wait up!
It's gone.
Oh.
Ran down this street, right? Let's follow it so we can ask some questions.
I just hope we can find it.
I'm getting distracted. But this is probably going to lead us to something. It's not here.
Must be hiding somewhere. Well, no point hanging around here. Let's go interview someone else. But we can look around this place. Oh, hello. It's the Lillipup. Did someone say Walkies? Lil. Say, Pikachu, isn't this? Yeah, it's Lillipup. It may indeed be the partner of that woman we met in front of the dentist residence. Let's ask. Hey there, Lillipup. What are you doing What are you doing way over here? Pup? I see. Apparently he was having so much fun running around that he wasn't paying attention to where he was going. Next thing he knew, he was here. Just like that woman said earlier. Lil. He says he misses his partner. Okay, we're gonna go tell her and bring her here to you, Lillipup. Oh good, they don't make us actually go over there. Lillipup, I'm so glad you've been found. Pup. Thank you so much for finding my dear Lillipup, Detective. You're welcome. I'm glad we could help. Lil. You ran away because you weren't getting enough playtime, didn't you? Lil. Alright then, we can play together as much as you like today. Pup. Guess that's settled. Yeah, it was nice to see them both so happy. So side quests aren't for anything besides like completion, it seems. Like, I don't know what they would give, seeing as there's like no inventory, there's no point system, there's none of that. So it makes sense that side quests don't give you anything, but also like, I guess they're really just there for completionists or people who want to help folks. Hey there, kid. Soccer boy. This is real bad. That boy looks pretty down. Sorry to bother you, but is everything okay? You look pretty unhappy about something. Oh, you're the detective in Pikachu I saw on TV. Awesome, a detective's just what I need. Can you tell us what's bothering you? Well, I've got a match coming up against the Tanti Park Soccer Club. Oh no, Tanti Park was probably the one from the first game. I think. Huh? I didn't know Tanti Park even had a soccer club. One of their members has a Scrafty as their partner. Oh, yeah. These were the guys from the first game who appeared during the first case. One of their members has a Scrafty as their partner, and they're so good. I'm worried we're gonna lose. I want a partner Pokemon I can play with too. But I can't find any Pokemon that are good at soccer. Gotcha. Sounds like we better search for a Pokemon with good footwork. Can you think of any Pokemon that I can play soccer really well? That can play soccer really well, Mr. Detective? None immediately spring to mind, but I'll be sure to tell you if I find one. Really? Thanks, Mr. Detective. I sure hope we can find a Pokemon that likes playing soccer. There's gotta be one somewhere in Rhyme City.
It's probably Skull Bunny. These two still going at it. There's Inkay. Whimsicott. I'm suspicious of you. To the cafe. Oh look, there's the pink-haired girl that's replacing the reporter from the first game.
Oh, Tim!
Rachel Myers, student at Rhyme University.
Hello there.
And Jessica Miller. Oh, is she? No. No, the dude's name is McMillan, not Miller. Well, what a coincidence running into you here. Yeah, I'm as surprised as you are.
I think I've seen this girl somewhere before. Oh, I remember. Howard's Notebook. She's the girl from the photo.
Yes, Pikachu, this is Rachel. We go to college together. She's the mayor's daughter?
Right. You said she knows a lot about Pokemon too, didn't you? And she's just a classmate, or... See, this is why I don't tell... See, this is why I don't like telling you about my personal life. I'm just looking out for you. I never hear you talk about actually having fun with people. Ah, well, anyway, who's the woman next to her? I know about as much as you do. I don't think we've met before. Hey, Jessica, have you heard of these? Of course. It's an honor to meet the great detectives. By the way, Tim, were you talking to Pikachu just now? What? No way. Oh, no need to be embarrassed. I totally understand the urge to talk with your partner. But now you're here, why don't you chat with us for a bit? Yeah, sure.
You and Pikachu must be working hard, huh?
Yeah, he's actually more helpful than he looks.
That's pretty impressive, Pikachu.
Come on, Tim, you can give me a better compliment than that. You seem different from usual somehow. Don't tell me that award my dad gave you is already starting to change you. No, of course not. I'm the same as I've always been. Are you sure? I mean, we don't really know each other all that well. Maybe you have the wrong impression of me. No way, I've had my eye on you for a while now, Tim. Excuse me? Oh, does she mean what I think she means? It's like I have a front row seat for the great detective in action. Feels like an exciting new adventure could break out at any moment. Right. Did you get your hopes up for a moment there, Tim? Quiet you.
It is such an honor to meet you, Tim. Thank you for solving the R case. You have no idea what that meant to me.
Oh, there's a poltergeist in the background.
Yeah.
On the shelf. I see news about your accomplishments on TV all the time. You're quite the celebrity. Celebrity? I wouldn't go quite that far. No need to be modest. You're a great detective after all. They keep trying to force that great detective line. Probably because the Japanese name for the game isn't just like I'm pretty sure the first, I don't know about the sequel, but I'm pretty sure the first game in English it's just called Detective Pikachu, but I'm pretty sure in Japan it was called The Great Detective Pikachu or something. So that's why they keep trying to force that great detective line. Jessica used to work with my mother a few years ago. That's how we met, and we've been friends ever since. Oh, I see. But it's been a while since we've met up like this. About 2 years, I think. We've both been so busy lately, there just hasn't been time to get together. I had no idea you'd become friends with the famous great detective. Were you surprised? Yes, of course. Hey, I'm the great detective. By the way, Tim, I work at a pizzeria on Bamboo Burrow. If you're ever in the area, stop by. I'll treat you to one of our awesome pizzas. Alright, did you hear that, Tim? Let's go sometime. The pizza place where Jessica works is actually pretty famous. Sounds great. I'd love to go. I'll take you up on that offer. I'll be waiting. Tim, there's actually something I wanted to ask you about. What's up? Well, it's about something going on at home. Sounds serious. I'm not sure how much help I'll be, but you can always talk to me. I don't want to waste your time, though. Don't worry about it. I'm working right now, but we could meet up tonight if you're free. Sure, that works. Thank you, Tim. Okay then, how about you stop by my apartment later this evening? Hey, not bad, Tim. But aren't we supposed to have dinner with your family tonight? Yeah, but this sounds serious. I can't just brush her off. Least I can do is hear her out for a little bit. Fair enough. I'm sure your family will understand.
Tim.
Oh.
Hey, Tim. Jessica seems really grateful to us for solving the R case 2 years ago. Nice to know our hard work wasn't for nothing.
Okay, then. Oh, Milcery's here as well. Really making use of the new Gen 8 Pokemon.
Well, look who
Oh.
it is.
Oh, it's Millen, not Macmillan. Ludicolo, cheerful cafe assistant manager. Lululudi. Looks like she's in a good mood as always. Do you think she might know something? She might. We can ask. Ludi. You say you've got an ear out for rock. For rock now, not just jazz? Ludi. Apparently a Polytoad and its friends put on concerts here at night. Ludi. And you really love that music, so that's how you went from jazzist to rocker. I'd love to hear Polytoad's concert sometime. Have you seen Ducklet recently? Ludi. She says Ducklet comes to the cafe pretty often. Pablo knows more about that, apparently. Ludi. Oh, and you sometimes see Ducklet at Serenity Park? Ludi. I see. So the pond water there is good for your fur. And you meet Ducklet there when you go to bathe? How nice that you tell each other about good swimming spots. I guess water-type Pokemon get along swimmingly with each other. Tim, that was a terrible pun. And that's what makes it fantastic. Rich with flavor and fortune. Mill. Oh, it's a Milcery. Hey Pablo, got a new customer? Oh, you mean this Milcery? It's new, just started living here in fact. Wonder what place it's from. Probably Galar. That's where Milcery are typically from. It's the only place we know where they occur in the wild at the moment. Well, hold on, Milcery. Both Tim and Pikachu have particular blends they prefer. You can't just add cream without asking. Mel? I prefer to keep my coffee black, but why don't you try some cream, Tim? Sure, it smells great. I'll give it a try next time. Mel.
Hey.
Hi, Tim. Did something happen today? I noticed you weren't here this morning. Yeah, I got caught up in a new case. Oh, sounds rough. Do you mind if I ask you some questions? Me? Sure, go right ahead.
Excuse me?
You must have been really busy moving your cafe to this new location. Do you feel all settled in now? Yeah. Feels like things are finally back to normal. I know Pikachu's been coming here on his own to drink your coffee. I hope he hasn't been causing any trouble. Trouble? Me? I'm a paying customer. Once you pick up my tab. Not at all. The customers are way closer to your place now, and it seems like Pikachu feels comfortable here. And the Hi Hat Cafe always welcomes Pokemon customers.
Hey.
The butler from the dentist mansion? Yeah, he swings by the cafe pretty often after he's done with work. Barnes is a regular customer? Yeah, he loves coffee beans and jazz, so we've got plenty to talk about. But apparently he's been really stressed lately, so he hasn't been stopping by as much. He's been really stressed, huh? You should probably ask for more details about that. Do you know why Barnes was stressed? Was he worried about something? Oh, well, I'm not sure it's my place to tell you about a customer's personal matters. Please, we're just trying to help. It's for Barnes' sake. Ah, so this is for a case, huh? Well, I guess I'd better tell you. He was worried about the jewel that Mr. Dennis was planning to donate to Rhyme City. Apparently, the Dennises had a difference of opinion about that. Barnes was trying to come up with a compromise that would satisfy them both. Well, both of them, rather. But he said he just wound up getting stuck in the middle of the argument. That does sound stressful. I remember him saying you wished there was no jewel in the first place. You wish there was no jewel, huh? Anyway, that's all I know. Hope it helps. Yes, thank you. Interesting. Do you know the ducklet that lives at the Dennis residence? Yeah, I know her. You're talking about Barnes' partner, right? She often comes here all on her own to buy coffee beans. She really is a clever little Pokemon. Just like Barnes said. She always comes with this cute little bag that I fill with beans for her. As far as I know, she takes them straight back to the mansion. In fact, she left with her usual order a couple minutes ago. Really?
Okay, let's start deducing.
Oh. Evidence.
Okay.
Did you figure out where Ducklet went after she left the mansion? Let's piece together the information we've gathered. She went to Hi-Hat Cafe, obviously.
Okay.
Didn't Ducklet go to the Hi-Hat Cafe to buy coffee beans? Yeah, apparently she goes there on a regular basis to buy them. Today was one of those days. And Pablo said he handed Ducklet her usual order of coffee beans. So I guess Ducklet headed back to the mansion then. She might be back there already. So we should probably head back there as well then.
Okay.
Let's head back to the mansion to search for Ducklet. Good idea. Let me just check around the cafe. At work they say if you don't know what to do, I just dropped my controller. If you don't know what to do, drop your controller. If you don't know what to do, just start sloking. Sigh. Boing. Thank you for the reminders, Theo. What is that up? Oh, it's bounce sweet. I keep trying to adjust the camera with the right stick, but it does nothing. Time to head back to the mansion. Oh? What in the world were you doing? My apologies, sir. Did something happen, Brad? Ducklet was spotted near the mansion just now, but when my subordinates tried to capture her, they let her escape. Oh, so Ducklet had just gotten back to the mansion? Do you know where she ran off to? Unfortunately, I do not, and I don't have the resources to keep searching. At this point, I'll have to call in the services of the Pokemon Protection Bureau. You, tell the inspector that I'm heading back to the station for a moment. Yes, sir. Well, Brad and Manectric are gone, but still, we have no idea where Ducklet could have run off to. Where would we even start looking? Well, now what? Should we put the search on Ducklet on... Should we put the search for Ducklet on hold and look for the red Pokemon instead? Yeah, sure. That's better than spinning our wheels. There are still places we haven't looked. Let's check them out. So presumably, because this is the first case, they're sort of like guiding us, going like, okay, let's look for this, then let's look for that, whatever. But considering there's like multiple things to look into at once, probably in later cases they'll give us more free rein to just investigate things at our own pace. Probably. Search for the red oh, hello. Whimsy. Cot. They seem happy. What are they talking about? They're saying no matter how many times they visit this city, it's always bustling and full of fun. Do you suppose they witnessed anything? We can certainly ask. Whim. Oh, you ride on seasonal winds and that take you all over the world, huh? The city seems even livelier than usual whenever the Whimsicotters arrive. Whimsy! Ah, okay. Soon you'll be leaving the city to travel somewhere else. Whim. Oh, you like coming here every year, because you can meet so many different Pokemon? Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Is this cotton yours? Whim. Yeah, the Whimsicots say it's theirs. So there was Whimsicott, Fluff at the scene of the crime, which we already more or less knew, but it's good to have it stored in our evidence pouch. We actually found this in the in Mr. Dennis's mansion. I don't suppose you've been in there? Whimsy?
Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. Come on, you gotta remember at least that much.
Whimsy.
Oh, this one does remember.
What did it say?
It thinks it remembers going into the mansion while playing with its friends.
It thinks so? That's not a very clear answer.
Yeah, let's ask for more details.
Hey.
You said you might have been in the mansion, but how'd you get inside?
Whim.
You went through the window with your friends? Why would you do that?
Whimsy.
You don't remember anything after eating breakfast this morning? What the heck does that mean? Please, it's really important. Just try to remember.
I'm thinking maybe there's like some sort of psychic type Pokemon involved that's wiping everyone's memories or putting people to sleep.
Some human you don't know asked you to do it? What was this stranger like?
Whimsy.
You don't remember because it was someone you'd never seen before, huh? Now look here, you might be an accessory to theft.
Caught?
You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
You think the Whimsicott may have been unknowingly involved in the crime?
If they were, they're blissfully ignorant of it. After all, playing pranks is kind of their whole deal. This complicates things.
Hey.
Have you two seen any red Pokemon around here?
Caught.
Oh, Pawniard is red? And you've recently become friends with one?
Pawniard would be, and they did mention it being small. So Pawniard would be good at cutting it open, but I don't think Pawniard could punch someone. Because its hands are claws. You can't punch someone with a sword.
Pawniard? It's a Pokemon with blades all over its body. And it's true that Pawniard's pretty red.
Whimsicott.
You often run into Pawniard at the terrace in Serenity Park? And on windy days you play with Pawniard by picking it up and flying it around.
Whim.
They said they like to fly Pawniard all the way here from Serenity Park.
Oh-ho! So that's how the Pawniard got in. Serenity Park is the big park just beyond here, right?
Yeah, and the terrace is way over on the far side.
Maybe we can find Pawniard there. Do you remember when you last played with Pawniard? Whimsy.
Oh, lately you've been playing together every day? Even today?
In that case, we might be able to find it there now. Whimsy.
If we go meet with Pawniard, we should be careful about how we treat its favorite rock.
It has a favorite rock? Whimsy whim.
Apparently there's a rock at the terrace that Pawniard really cares about. One time they accidentally stepped on it, and then Pawniard got mad. Real mad.
Wow, that's scary. We'd better watch where we step. I don't suppose they've seen Ducklet around, have they? Whimsy. Whim.
Okay, I get it. You didn't see her.
Whimsy. They didn't see her. I wonder where she went.
I would assume the park, because they mentioned the park before.
Or Ludicolo did, rather. Do you suppose Pawniard is the red Pokemon we're searching for?
Apparently it's good friends with the Whimsicott that went into the mansion, so it seems pretty likely. It'd probably be fastest to just go meet it and ask.
Whimsicott said that they often meet up with Pawniard in Serenity Park, right?
Right. Searching there may be our best shot at finding Pawniard. No time like the present. Let's head over, Tim.
So maybe instead of... Oh, that's a Fearow! Neato. So maybe instead of using a drug to turn the Pokemon berserk, this time we're using a drug to like mind control Pokemon or something. Serenity Park. So yeah, Taunty Park was definitely the one from the first game. This is new. This place is huge. That's Serenity Park for you. Whimsicott said Pawniard hangs around here. And the terrace is their usual meetup spot. Shall we go look? It's a map of Serenity Park. This park's huge. And the terrace is all the way on the other side. So I guess it's the place with the pool, which is presumably also where we would find Ducklet. Aha! The soccer Pokemon. Score a hat trick. Oh, it's a Raboot. What are you up to? Rabu, you're just about to do some dribbling practice here by yourself? Dribbling practice? Yeah, Raboot are really good at that kind of footwork. They're always practicing. In that case, Raboot might be willing to join some soccer games. You're right. This one says it's got some really impressive techniques. Hey Raboot, I know a kid that'd love to kick a ball around with you. If you've got some time, would you be willing to play with him? Rabu. You will? Great. That's great, I'll go get him. Rab. Those eyes. They look really fired up. This Pokemon is the coolest, Mr. Detective. Try talking to it. I'm sure it'd be willing to practice with you. Really? Hey Raboot, want to play soccer with me? Rabu. Rabu. It nodded. Thank you, Raboot. Okay, let's get this practice started. We're gonna win this match for sure now. Good luck, I hope you do well. Thanks. I hope we can be friends, Raboot. Rab. I guess soccer players don't need words to hit it off when they share a love of the game. Yeah, even without speaking the same language, they seem to understand each other's feelings. Oh, a Sarina. Nice. Oh, hello. Someone seems to have planted a tree right in the middle of the path. It's such an inconvenience. It's a Sudowoodo. I will say, after playing Scarlet and Violet, it feels weird seeing Pokemon like smooth and textureless again. Woodo. Whoa. I was just thinking this was an odd place for a tree, but it's actually a Pokemon? I feel like Sudowoodo was significantly more convincing when the trees that you cut down in Pokemon actually looked like this in their sprite. In modern Pokemon, it doesn't really look like a tree at all. Yeah, that's Sudowoodo. They have a habit of pretending to be trees. Pseudo. You're practicing your tree imitation, huh? Does it have to practice right here? Seems like it'll block a lot of foot traffic. People can go around it, it's fine. Yeah, true. Hey, Sudowoodo, if you want to practice, you should try doing it somewhere else. This location totally blows your cover. Sudowoodo? That sure seemed to send it into a panic. I guess it thought it was blending in perfectly. Why is there an arrow? I guess that's to show that you can go this way. Because it's off camera, because the camera is too close, because it's an upscaled 3DS game. Huh? Someone must have replanted the tree in the flower bed, but when? So I don't think this is the place we're supposed to look, but I'll ask around here anyway. Rena. This is a fountain for Pokemon to drink from. My Sarina really loves the water here. I used a Sarina on my team in Ultra Moon. Look at Detective Pikachu run. I could watch Purloin all day and never get bored. Purloin, adorable deceiver. Purr. This Pokemon's being awfully friendly. Okay. Let's have a look around the bottom layer, because I kind of skipped over that and just went up instead. So we went up here. So the only thing we missed was a boy in his Lickitung. Oh, come on, Lickitung stopped again? She keeps getting distracted. Licked every flavor life has to offer. Lick lick. What a long tongue. That's all we have to say, okay. Sure. There's a Rabombi. Have some pollen puffs. Also, its eyes are meant to be jittery like that? I've never noticed that in... Maybe its model doesn't have that in the mainline games. Oh look, a Rabombi. Rabombi mix pollen and nectar to make all kinds of different puffs. Bomb bomb. It sure seems busy. Bomb bomb. Apparently it's making pollen puffs for its cutie fly to eat. Those little bugs have big appetites while they're growing up, so it's gotta prepare a ton of food. Sounds like a lot of work. Let's just watch and try not to get in the way. Oh, hello.
You there! Wait, you wouldn't happen to be that great detective duo, would you?
Charles Murlock, a scientist, okay.
I am such a huge fan of yours!
Okay. Oh dear, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Charles Murlock. I am a scientist working here in Rhyme City to deepen our understanding of Pokemon. A scientist, huh? What's that? You'd like to hear more about what I do? Actually, my research has been recognized by Mayor Myers himself. Now I'm helping out with a new policy that he and the city council are working on. You might say I'm the brains behind Rhyme City's latest policies. This guy is intense. And he seems like the type who doesn't even listen to what others are saying. If you two great detectives have any questions for me, by all means fire away. After all, I have something in common with you both. We're all working to help Rhyme City. We're all coming from the same place, comrades with the same goals. So I'm prepared to answer any questions you have. Thank you. Guess our only choice is to play along for a bit. What a drag.
Excuse me?
What sort of research are you doing, Mr. Murlock? My research explores the nature of communication between people and Pokemon. Sounds complicated. No, it's quite simple, really. We're just trying to help Pokemon understand human language. Imagine what that'd do for Rhyme City. It'd make life here so much more entertaining and simple. A whole city where people and Pokemon can go back and forth like we can, huh? That would make Rhyme City an even better place. Don't you think?
Excuse me?
What exactly do you mean? What exactly do you do to help the mayor with policy development? My domain is science, not politics. I can't actually propose new legislation. What I can do, though, is develop new machines and equipment. I also help distribute them to the people and Pokemon of Rhyme City. I'm proud to contribute my city with the power of science. That's wonderful. Isn't it? Mayor Myers came up with the idea for a bill to help people and Pokemon coexist, so I feel duty-bound to use my position as a scientist to support it. Sounds like he's warming up for a speech. I can tell how passionate you are about improving the city. But we have to go.
Can I ask you a favor, Pikachu? Would you allow me to give you a quick health exam?
This...
Ow! Hey, what'd you just do to me?
Man is creeping me out. Oh dear, is Pikachu upset with me? I only plucked a bit of fur. The test results should be ready in just a moment. What exactly are you doing? This is a machine I created at Mayor Myers' request. It can measure a Pokemon's vital signs in record time. In other words, it's made to quickly check a Pokemon's health. I'd say it's a good thing for both people and their partners, wouldn't you? Yes, it sure sounds like it. Way to bury the lead. Okay, it's ready. Now, let me see. What's it say? It's detecting caffeine? Did someone say caffeine? Seeing as he's working as a detective, I figured this was no ordinary Pikachu. But these results are truly fascinating. Hello, Mr. Murloc? Oh, do forgive me, he's quite alright, no problems at all. I suppose his triglycerides are a bit high for a Pokemon. My what? He does seem slightly different from a regular Pikachu, though. Huh? Is there something weird about me? Well, now that you've finished your checkup, I think we'd better get going. Ah, yeah, sorry to have taken up so much of your time. Good luck, great detectives. Thank you. Come on, Pikachu, stop sulking and let's go. High triglycerides. I don't know what triglycerides are. Hey, yo! It's the boys! The guys! Linksley! There sure are a lot of Pokemon around. These ones are so well coordinated. And that's it. That's all we gotta say. They're just sort of there. Oh, it's the woman and her Lillipop. Pop. Be careful not to get lost again, okay? Thanks for your help before, Detective. I've decided I'm going to spend all today just playing with Lillipop.
Great.
That sounds nice. I'm sure he'll be happy. Yeah, he told me all he wants to do is play. Searching for Lillipop really tired me out, but playing together makes it easy to forget my exhaustion and have fun. You're playing with your dog in high heels? You good? What a neat formation. It's mesmerizing to watch. I see Pawniard's rock.
This is the top, yeah?
Look at that, Pikachu.
Huh?
From here, you have a perfect view of the dentist residence.
And the open window. Hey, Tim, what are you thinking? I'm pretty sure that window's the one in front of the jewel storage room. A Pokemon capable of flying could go straight into the mansion from there. Yeah, if our thief was getting help from a Pokemon, this would be the perfect vantage point. This is where the Whimsicott usually meet up with Pawniard, right? That's what they said, but I don't see it anywhere. If it was here earlier, maybe it left some kind of sign. While Pawniard are known for their blades, it's not much, but it's the only lead we've got. We'd better get looking. Oh? This cotton. It probably fell when the Whimsicott were playing with Pawniard. Whimsicott cotton. So Ducklet isn't here, but... What's up with this rock? It's covered in gashes. Something must have been scratching at it. Oh, has something been scratching at it? These gashes look like they were left by something sharp, like a blade. I doubt a human would be strong enough to make clean cuts like these. Is it time to deduce? Pikachu ain't telling me anything. Oh, nope, there's more evidence. These torn up leaves have rough, uneven edges. Do you suppose Pawniard did that? They look to me like they were bitten, not cut.
Okay, let's start deducing.
Where is the red Pokemon?
Okay.
Did you figure out where the red Pokemon is? Search where the Whimsicott flew to. Search for the Pokemon that ate the leaves. Search near the rock. It's highly likely that the slash marks left on the rock were made by Pawniard. That's proof that Pawniard comes to the terrace.
Okay.
We did find a rock that was covered in slashes, as if it had been cut up by sharp blades. Maybe those slashes were made by Pawniard. That's definitely the rock that the Whimsicott were talking about. So if we go to where the rock is, we might find Pawniard there. Alright, let's take a look around that rock. So Pikachu probably tells you once you've got all the evidence. but you may be able to get the correct evidence before you get all of it, is what I'm guessing. And that's why he didn't let us know prior to us finding those leaves, even though the leaves were completely pointless evidence. Can you think of any way to draw Pawniard here? Climb on the rock. Whimsicott said that Pawniard got angry when they stepped on the rock. Oh yeah, you're right, good memory. Maybe Pawniard will show up if one of us climbs on it. Worth a shot, let's give it a try. How's this? I hope it's actually here to see this. Pawn. What? That is certainly red. Though I would question how it would manage to punch someone. It's Pawniard. Just like Whimsicott said. Pawn, pawn, pawn. Okay, it's saying, darest thou tread upon my cherished rock? What is the meaning of this? Thine answer shall determine thy fate. I show thee no mercy. Wait, what? Wow, it's really angry. Sorry, we just wanted to find you. We weren't trying to mess with your rock or anything. Pawn. Phew, thank goodness. It said it'll forgive us, but just this once. Pawn? You want to know why we were looking for you? Fair enough. We've got some questions we'd like to ask you. Would you mind talking with us for a bit? Pawn. It says it'll talk. Pawn. So you've been traveling all over as part of your journey to warriorhood? I'm sorry, did you say journey to warriorhood? Apparently it travels all over the place to participate in it, to practice, rather, and improve its moves. Pawn. It says that because it was born with these blades, it wishes nothing more than to master them. While you were out partying, I studied the blades. Love how Pawniard talks. If Pawniard is that proud of its blades, I bet they have razor-sharp edges. Pawn. It says it can easily slice a rock in two. This might sound a bit strange, but you haven't punched anyone recently, have you? Pawn. Pawniard says it's never punched a single person or Pokemon in its life. Pawn. Good point. You could cut something with those hands of yours, but you definitely couldn't punch it. Yeah, on second thought, you'd wind up with a different injury if you were punched by a Pawniard. Are there any other Pawniard in this city besides you? Pawn. What's it saying? Apparently, it's never seen any other Pawniard. So I'm guessing maybe Pawniard sliced up the case, and then someone else punched Tucker. Or Turner, rather. We heard from some Whimsicott that they went to Mr. Dennis's mansion. Were you there? Were you the one who went there with them? Pawn. Pawniard's not sure if it was the same place, but it vaguely remembers going to a big house. Pawn. It says it entered the house together with the Whimsicott. How did you get inside the mansion? Apparently, Pawniard likes to get picked up and flown around by Whimsicott. Do you think it might have gotten inside the mansion that way? Did you happen to cut a jewel case while you were in the mansion? Pawn. So you can remember the sensation of cutting through something, but the rest is a blur. That's a cute image. This is important, so please try to remember. Pawn. It says its mind feels all foggy, but it just can't remember what was going on at the time. That sure makes things difficult. Pawn. So there is definitely something funky going on with the Pokemon's memories. So maybe a powerful psychic Pokemon that can also punch people? Like a Medicham, perhaps? Have you seen Ducklet around anywhere? Pawn. It hasn't seen her. Great. Where could Ducklet have gone? We finally managed to find Pawniard, but we weren't able to learn anything useful from it. Yeah, and some of what it said even contradicted the testimony we gathered earlier. Maybe we could get more information if we had proof that Pawniard entered the mansion. Pawn? It's asking if we're done here so we can get back to training. What sort of training does it do? Pawn? It's planning on cutting rocks and things to sharpen its skills and blades. Cut rocks? Would you be willing to demonstrate for us? Ooh, good idea. It would be a big help to see what a cut from a pawniard looks like. Pawn. Yeah, it says it would happily grace us with a demonstration. Thank you. We'll watch quietly so you can focus. I did not know that pawniard blades could extend like that.
Awesome.
They didn't even have the decency to show it slide down. Like, I can appreciate the whole anime cut and then it doesn't actually happen until they sheath their blade. But you actually gotta show the cut happen. You can't just show the aftermath. This clean slice and the metallic sound Pawniard's blade made when it made contact, it all matches with what we know of the crime scene. That means the Pokemon that entered the mansion must have been Pawniard. But neither Whimsicott nor Pawniard remembers clearly. What's up with that? I can't imagine that the Pokemon are lying. Their behavior was pretty unusual, but there must be a good reason for it. We've looked all over the place, but we haven't seen Ducklet anywhere. Apparently, she almost got caught earlier, but then ran away. So maybe she's hiding somewhere. Then how are we going to find her? The search for Ducklet appears to have gone cold, and she could have important testimony to share. Consider the clues at the scene of the crime to deduce how to find her. We couldn't get much useful information from Pawniard. I think Ducklet is our only good lead now. I guess we need to keep asking around then. I don't know. Maybe she got scared and went into hiding. If she did, it'll be really hard for the two of us to find her. Yeah. How should we look for her then? Good question. How about we ask a Pokemon to help us? A Pokemon? Yeah, Pokemon have all sorts of special skills, and this is where we're going to get the introduction to help a Pokemon. Maybe there's a Pokemon that can help us find Ducklet. You think it'd be willing to help us, though? I'm sure one of the Pokemon at the Dennis residence would gladly help us out. After all, the theft happened in their own home. Good point. Let's head back to the mansion and ask the Pokemon there for help. However, before we do that, so I did say that I wanted to finish the first case, this stream. And now would normally be around the time where I would be thinking of ending stream. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to take a quick break to go to the bathroom and also to have some lunch. Just like a real quick one. I already have like lunch prepared from Friday because I didn't end up eating it then. So I can just have that. And then we'll come back and we'll finish the case. Hopefully. So, long stream, yeah. I mean, I'm excited. It's Detective Pikachu. I'm having a good time. And like, all I have to do today, the only things on my list of things that I have to do is draw 2 Mario enemies and make dinner. That's it. That's all that's on my schedule for today. So, I'll be right back. If you need to take care of anything, if you need to go get a drink, get some food yourself, then, you know, take care of yourself. And I will be back in a jiffy. I'll see you then. Hello, I am back. I am a fast eater. My bathroom break has been had. My lunch has been had. It's time to get back on the case.
Tim. So, your hands are blades, huh? Wow,
IRL
that's pretty
speedrunner.
great.
Alright, time to head back to the mansion. It is interesting that they just randomly put Pokemon around and they do like absolutely nothing. But they're just here because, I mean, Pokemon would be here. Oh, hello. How wonderful to meet you, Detective. Seriously, it's an honor.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, nice to meet you too. Can I help you, or... Huh? Do you really not know who I am? I'm kind of a big deal on Rhyme University campus, and I know you go to school there too. Know anything about this so-called big deal, Tim? Not that I can think of. They call me the Quiz Professor. I'm actually still a student, but that's what they call me. And this is my partner too, Cannon. Burning Beak. So you're, the quiz professor? That's me. I'm majoring in Pokemon studies. I can't resist sharing the knowledge I've learned, so I quiz all sorts of people. Rhyme... Okay, we finally found where all the fucking Pokemon professors are getting their degrees from. We finally found a university in the Pokemon world. I tweeted about that a couple days ago. I was like, where are all these professors getting their degrees? And like, the only ones people were able to come up with were like, okay, well there's the academies in Paldea, and there's Blueberry Academy, also from the Paldea games, but it's technically in Unova, and that's basically it. But now we have explicitly a university. That explains the nickname. This quiz professor is definitely on the eccentric side. Cano. I'll admit you got me there. A Pikachu doing detective work is pretty eccentric too. Why don't we celebrate our meeting with a quiz? We're pretty busy working on a case right now. Okay, here's the first question. In one ear, out the other. Well, I guess it can't hurt to play along. I guess. Here goes nothing. What Pokemon catches prey using its long tongue? The Pokemon in question is somewhere in this very city, so get out there and look for it. What's your tongue like, too, Cannon? Mind opening up that beak of yours? Cano. Nothing extraordinary there here. Thanks anyway. Pokemon with a long tongue, huh? If there's one nearby, it shouldn't take us too long to find. When you find the Pokemon in question, come tell me what it is. I'll be waiting right here. Answer correctly, and I'll even teach you some trivia about it. So this is why there are random Pokemon hanging about. We'll probably just sometimes find the heckin' quiz professor from time to time. And we'll have to find the right Pokemon for her. Like this. Leg. That's a long tongue. I'm amazed it stretches so far. Say, Tim, this Lickitung might be the answer to that quiz question. I think you're right. Let's go tell the quiz professor. So we don't just bring her over like we do on the other requests. That's a shame. So, Detective, did you figure out the answer to my first question?
Yes.
I sure did. It's Lickitung, right? Bingo! Yes, you got it. Lickitung uses its long tongue to catch its prey. According to reports, contact with its saliva causes a tingling sensation, as well as a persistent itch. Oh wow, good thing we didn't get licked. Ugh, I'm feeling itchy just imagining it. Cano.
Thanks for the warning, Toucanon. We'll make sure any Lickitung we meet keeps its tongue to itself.
Well, that was only the first question. I guess it was a little too easy. Are you saying there's more? Of course, and here's where they get serious. Time for question number 2. What Pokemon uses its cute looks to put you off your guard so it can steal from you?
Hey, we don't have time to deal with another theft.
What Pokemon tries to steal from people?
I think the cute looks part is our biggest hint. Pretty sure it's not you, Toucanon.
Oh,
Totally. Okay, Tim, let's go search the area.
I was trying to solve a crime, but I guess we got distracted by quiz time. Thankfully, I know the answer. Purr. What a cute Pokemon.
That's a Purloin.
Purr. Aw, how sweet. I think I want some attention. Sorry, we're busy now. We can play with you later.
Hold up, Tim. Check your pockets.
Why would I need to check my... Wait, what? My pen's gone.
I thought so. This is your doing, isn't it, Purloin?
Can't pull one over on a great detective like me. Now hand it over. Pause where I can see him. Purr. Oh, my pen.
Wow. You can't take your eyes off this Purloin for a second.
Yeah, that was a close one.
But at least we figured out the answer to the quiz question.
Right, it's Purloin. Let's go tell the quiz professor. Just do a brisk jog over there. So, detective, did you figure out the answer to the second question?
Yes.
Yeah, the answer is Purloin, right? Ding ding ding, that's correct. Purloin often steal things from people, and they sometimes scratch people who try to reclaim those stolen items, so be careful of their claws.
The Purloin we met wasn't that rowdy.
But we should probably be careful in the future.
True, better safe than sorry.
Better safe than... Sorry? What the hell kind of accent was I trying to do there?
Better safe than sorry.
Cano?
It's asking if we agree that quizzes can actually be pretty fun.
There's certainly a chance to learn more about Pokemon. Okay, let the quiz continue. It's time for question 3. Best buds always stick together. What Pokemon moves as a group? Pokemon that moves as a group? Like one that travels in herds or flocks or something? Nope. In this case, the whole group counts as one Pokemon. Is that even a thing? Yes, unfortunately. My pet peeve, I do not understand multi-bodied Pokemon.
Can you give us a hint, Toucanon?
Cano.
Well, that's not very sporting.
This Pokemon has quite the unusual appearance. Go ahead and see if you can find it. It's you! Wow, those movements are in perfect unison. No, they're not. There's like 2 that are going the opposite direction. No, half of them are going one way, the other half are going the other. That's not perfect unison.
That's Phalanx. They always move around in groups of 6.
Thanks, Lee.
They're in the middle of formation training.
Pikachu, do you think Phalanx is the Pokemon in the quiz professor was talking about?
6 working together as one? Yeah, that fits the bill.
Then let's go tell her the answer. Thanks, Lee. So, did you figure out the answer to my final question?
Yes.
I think so. The answer is Phalanx, right? There are other Pokemon that move as a group, but, you know. Phalanx was the answer. Was the answer she was looking for. Phalanx is a very peculiar Pokemon. There are actually 6 of them working together as one. The one at the front, known as the Brass, leads the others by issuing orders. In battle, they change formation as needed and use teamwork to secure the win. That's a pretty interesting Pokemon.
Sure, but I bet it's tough for the troopers if they got an incompetent Brass.
Cano.
Yeah, sorry,
Why do I keep saying sorry like that?
Yeah, sorry. I'm sure they're all perfectly competent.
That's all for today's quiz. I hope you're as enthusiastic about quizzes and Pokefacts as I am. Yes, I learned a lot. Glad to hear it. I'll get some new questions ready for next time. Oh, okay. Please let them be easy ones.
And maybe she could, wait until we're not in the middle of something.
Cano?
Yeah, see you too, Cannon.
Da-da-da. I guess that's what they meant when they said that not all of the local concerns are going to be, Sorry, I got distracted by the fact that I'm kind of floating right now. I know that most games just program stairs as like ramps because it's easier, but it's funny when you can actually see it. Anyway, I guess this is what they were talking about when they mentioned that that not all of the local concerns are actually going to be problems. Come, Pikachu. He's tired. You good? Time to go back to the mansion, like we were doing before we got distracted by quiz time. Interview the Pokemon, so... Oh, hello.
Yes?
Oh, it's you. Isn't your investigation finished already? I'm sorry, but it'll take a bit more time. This is absurd. We all know Barnes did it. Would you give it a rest, Claudia? Barnes just isn't the type of person who would do such a thing. It sounds an awful lot like wishful thinking to me. Barnes simply wanted the Aurora drop for himself. He's been play acting as the perfect butler, but all he's serving us is a platter of greed and deceit. Just listen to yourself. How could you say that about a man who served us faithfully for so many years? Open your eyes already. Barnes has betrayed you. Please calm down, both of you. Barnes's Ducklet was sighted just a few minutes ago. We're hoping that when we find Ducklet, we'll also find a clue. Oh, excellent. I'm sure you'll find proof Barnes is innocent. And where is Ducklet now? She got away. We're about to go search for her. Such incompetence. Hurry up and find her.
It's not going to be easy finding Ducklet with just the two of us. Let's get some help from another Pokemon to search for Ducklet.
Oh, they faded out to let Claudia go back to her place where before. Gal.
She says we can ask away. Do you have any special skills that might help us catch the thief?
Gal.
She says she's got a very keen nose.
That could come in handy. Maybe she can track something by following its scent.
Yeah, that might work.
Then presumably they also want us to talk to Clefairy, though we know that Growlithe is the one we're going to use.
Clefable, can we ask you some questions?
Faye. Faye.
She says she has way better hearing than most Pokemon do.
Which was useful in determining the metal sound, but not in determining where Ducklet is. Faye.
Wow, you can hear footsteps and voices coming from any room in the mansion?
That's incredible.
Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure I've heard that Clefable can hear sounds over half a mile away.
I don't think that's how sound works. Half a mile? A human can never dream of having hearing like that. Faye.
Could you speak more softly, Tim? She says her ears are sensitive to loud noises.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Clefable. I'll try to keep it down from now on. Interesting that he oh, right. So we can talk to the main network as well.
Hey, Manectric, can we talk to you for a minute?
Manek.
Come on, no need to be that way. This'll be quick. We're having trouble finding a Pokemon right now. Can you use your special skills to help us, Manectric?
Manek.
He says he's got a sharp nose and is good at tracking, but...
Manek.
He's working, so he can't leave his post.
Manetrix is devoted as ever to his job, I see.
How's the police investigation going? Have you made any new discoveries?
Manek.
Oh, come on, you can tell us just a little.
Manek.
Yeesh, not gonna budge, eh, Manetric?
The police have their reasons for keeping quiet. Manetric is just doing its job. Interesting that...
Okay, let's start deducing.
There it is. I was wondering when he was going to say that. Anyway.
Have you found a Pokemon with the skills necessary to help us search for Ducklet?
Let's think about the information we gathered. Manetric assists with police investigations. We might be able to find Ducklet if Manetric helps us. Clefable has good ears. If Clefable helps us, we might be able to track down Ducklet. Growlithe has a good nose. It's Growlithe.
Okay.
Because they showed us working with Growlithe in the pre-release footage, and also it's on the box art, so you know. Maybe we can use that to follow Ducklet's scent.
We could sniff out Ducklet by tracking the scent she left at the scene of the crime.
I bet Growlithe could do that no problem.
Great idea, Tim. Okay, let's ask Growlithe for help.
I hope she can find Ducklet.
Growlithe, I've got a favor to ask you, and that excellent nose of yours. I'd like your help finding Ducklet.
Gal?
It's possible that Ducklet is somehow mixed up in this incident. She might even know who stole the key from you. We really need your help to solve this case.
Gal.
Oh, really? You've been wanting to help Dennis too?
Gal. Great, thank you, Growlithe. Gal.
Huh? You want me to ride on your back?
Gal.
Ah, so you can take me wherever the scent leads you? Got it. That should be a lot easier than trying to give directions at every turn.
Gal.
What do you think, Tim? You want us to track this scent down right away?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can I leave it to you?
You got it. Let's go, Growlithe.
That's not a game.
Okay, let's do this.
There's no Pokemon Let's Go Growlithe. There's only Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Funny joke.
Sorry, but could you sit down for a second? All right. Let's go.
So now we just get the straight up translation. This is the first time I've ever given someone a ride.
She says this is the first time she's ever given someone a ride.
Why did you just repeat what I said?
Oh, whoops. When it's just you and me talking, I guess I don't need to interpret for Tim. Anyway, let's get this search underway. How do you track the scent?
I just sniff the ground. I can tell where the scent is the strongest.
Gotcha. Look for where the scent is the strongest.
Right. And there are still traces of Ducklet's scent inside the house. I think I can track her from there.
Okay, let's get going, Growlithe.
Yeah! Hold down the R button while moving to follow the scent of whatever you're looking for. You can get off Growlithe by going back to Tim. So, maybe this is just leading off from where we started, rather than leading off from... Oh!
Yes.
Oh, look at you two playing together. Must be nice to be as carefree as a Pokemon. We're not playing, we're going out to investigate the case. Sheesh, how rude.
I'll take us seriously when we bring back some evidence, don't worry.
Okay, no, so we're not actually going up. I thought we were going to go up and sniff the original feathers.
I see.
Can I help you with something? I'm going to solve this case for you. Leave it to me.
Wow, you're really raring to go, aren't you, Growlithe?
Yeah. I was going all around. See, I'm enjoying this as well, but probably not for the same reason that you are, Theo. For me, the reason I really like this is because, like, one of my favorite parts of the original Detective Pikachu was the way they incorporated each Pokemon's unique abilities into each case. And so this is just taking that to another level by not only incorporating it into the case, but also into the investigation. I think it's neat. I'm picking up Ducklet's scent around here. Ducklet always leaves this way when she takes walks and goes shopping. Her scent is still lingering here.
If we follow that smell, we should be able to find Ducklet. Let's track the scent carefully. Wouldn't want to lose it.
Right. Oh, it's gone this way, rather than off to the shop. So, was she actually at the park the whole time and we just didn't see her? Yeah, it's going right into the park. Wait, what if we look at the...
It's a map of Serenity Park.
Sanji and I come here for walks pretty often. It's really close to home.
So this is part of your typical route, huh?
They really made like a whole bunch of unique dialogue for when you're playing as Pikachu and Growlithe, huh? Oh! I see a thing. Just see, yep. And does it go up the stairs? It does. Oh! Is it? Yeah, it's going over there. The scent. Did you find her? Yes, I'm sure of it. Come on, Ducklet, it's your pal Growlithe. Duck. I was wondering who found me. It's good to see a friendly face. Wait, who's that on your back?
Hi there. I'm the great Detective Pikachu.
And you're a friend of Growlithe's?
I'd like to think so. Putting that aside, though, could you tell me why you're way out here?
Some strange humans were chasing me. It was really scary. I don't know what I could have possibly done to make them so upset.
They think you may have been involved in a crime.
Huh? What crime? Something precious was stolen from the house.
And you and Barnes are currently under suspicion.
Say what? I'm gonna be... I'll be like 1 second. I'm gonna get a throat lozenge because I think Pikachu's voice is kind of destroying my throat. I am back. I am back. Neither of us would ever do something like that.
I know. I don't think it was you. I'll need to ask you some questions to help prove your innocence. And Barnes's too, is that alright?
I guess. I'm Barnes' partner. You're always helping him out because he's so busy, right?
Like when you buy beans at the Hi Hat Cafe? Barnes must have good taste, much like myself.
You drink that black water too? I tried it once because Barnes seems to enjoy it so much, but I practically gagged when it hit my tongue. Too bitter.
Huh. It's a sophisticated flavor for sophisticated Pokemon.
Yes, well, I'm sure I'll be sophisticated like that one day. Just watch.
Can you tell me about Barnes?
Barnes is my partner. He's a true gentleman. If you've met him, I'm sure you'll understand what I mean.
Yep. Though I think I may have him beat in the gentleman department.
Right, anyway, he's really good about telling me when I've done something well. I may not look it, but I'm actually a really good swimmer. Barnes always compliments me when I show off my fancy swimming techniques in the fountain. No one that lovely could possibly be a bad person. Right? Right?
Like I said, I don't think he did it.
Don't worry, Ducklet. We'll clear Barnes' name. Thank you, Growlithe.
Why are you hiding here? There must have been plenty of other places you could have picked.
This is my favorite spot. And like I told you, I got chased around by a bunch of strangers. I was feeling pretty ruffled, so I came here to calm down.
Gotcha.
See that water over there? I love bathing in it. Interesting. Oh yeah, maybe I should try it too.
Whoa there, Growlithe. Aren't you a fire type? Pretty sure a bath's a bad idea.
Okay, I understand for something like Charmander, right? Where it has a visible flame as part of its body. Growlithe's just a dog that has fire powers. I'm sure a bath would be fine. Oh, good point. Walking by the waterside feels lovely too. It's nice and cool without all the wetness. Sweet, I'll try that instead. Thanks, Ducklet.
What were you up to this morning before the incident occurred?
All I did was eat breakfast, like always. Then I got really sleepy, not like always.
If you fell asleep after breakfast, when did you go out?
Well, at some point Tono woke me up. I usually go out shopping right after Barnes asked me to, but today I was in a hurry because I overslept, so I rushed to grab my bag and flew out the window on the second floor.
And you're sure it was Turner who woke you up?
Yes, I'm sure.
And Growlithe, you fell asleep too.
Yep, but only because today's breakfast was so yummy. I guess I ate so much I got sleepy after.
Do you two always eat your meals together?
Not usually, no. I always eat with Cramorant. Aha!
What? There's a Cramorant in the household?
Yep. Cramorant is Turner's partner. I am sus of Turner. He's the only one that's claiming he got punched. No one else claims to have seen him get punched. He could have just punched himself in the stomach.
Huh, is that so? Bit strange that Turner never mentioned that. So according to your story, Ducklet, you went out on an errand. You were out on an errand when the crime took place. But because you were asleep earlier, you're not sure exactly what time you left. Yeesh, if even Ducklet doesn't know anything, how are we going to solve this case?
You mean we might never find the jewel?
No, we've still got one more lead. The Cramorant Ducklet mentioned. I'm wondering why we never saw it in the mansion. How long has Cramorant been gone?
I don't know. By the time I noticed, he was already gone.
We should probably go talk to him then. Can you track Cramorant down by scent, Growlithe?
If you have something with the Cramorant scent on it, sure.
I don't suppose you could use this.
Oh, that's one of Cramorant's feathers, which we found at the crime scene. I am sus of Turner.
Just as I thought. Good thing I picked it up earlier.
With that, I can definitely track Cramorant's scent.
Now we just have to figure out where to pick up the trail. Since Cramorant seems to have left the mansion, we should probably try around the front gate.
What should I do? I'm really worried about Barnes.
I understand how you feel, but if you go home now, things will probably just get more complicated. Can you wait here a little longer while we solve the case?
Okay, please, I'm counting on both of you to take care of Barnes. Leave it to us.
Right then, let's go, Growlithe.
Yum. Alright, time to find us a Cramorant. Okay, so we probably have to go inside the mansion first. Well, did you get a whiff of Cramorant's scent? Yes, I've got it. Still quite strong, so... Okay, never mind. We just had to approach it and trigger this cutscene first. So Cramorant was probably walking around here this morning. So we just need to follow that scent. Okay, Growlithe, follow your nose. Why is the Cramorant scent purple? Did something happen? Okay, yep, this way. Oh, the alleyway, probably. Hey, you look like you're having fun. Let me play too. Sorry, bud. This is serious business. I can play with you after our investigation if you want. Yeah, it went down the alleyway. So that's why the Trubbish was showing us that this place exists. Not just for the side quest, but for tracking the Cramorant. Oh, hello. Hey, Pikachu over there. Oh, and there's the Trubbish as well. Could that be? Cramorant, gulping gourmand.
Trubbit! Trubbit!
In Squalor Paradise. Yawn. Yes, it's Cramorant. Must be pretty carefree to fall asleep in a place like this. We've been looking for you, Cramorant. What? Oh hey, it's Growlithe. What you doing here? That's what I'd like to ask you. Wait, what's going on? Sorry to bother you when you just woke up, but do you think you can answer some questions? Who are you? No need to be scared. I'm the great detective Pikachu, and I'm here to help you. Great the what's it, Pikachu? Pikachu is my friend, and he has some questions for you, Cramorant. I still don't know what's going on, but sure. What do you want to ask me, dude?
Hey.
Are you Turner's partner, Cramorant? Sure am, dude. What about it? We were worried about you because you weren't at home. Really? My bad. Can you tell me about Turner? Turner's my partner. He's a good dude. Me and him go way back. Cramorant is always helping Turner out with his duties at the house. If Turner calls for me, I head right over, no matter where he is. I even go shopping with him, dude. If he needs something carried, I just swallow it whole. What, you swallow it? Is that safe for anyone? It's fine, dude. Just rub my back and I'll hulk up whatever's filling my tum, lickety-split. I can see where this is going. Cramorant has swallowed the jewel. And then we're going to pat him on the back, and he'll spit it up right in front of the detectives. That's how it's gonna go. I can see it right now.
Blah. More like lickety-spit. But I guess Cramorant are kind of built for that, huh?
Hey.
Why were you sleeping out here of all places?
Plus I got real sleepy after I ate breakfast. All the Pokemon mentioned feeling sleepy. Hey, me too. Whoa, really? So Ducklet and the others all fell asleep. After that, Turner woke me up and I flew right out of the house.
Why did he wake you up?
Because, what was it again? He said to go to the back alley, I think.
You don't even remember that? Yeesh, what a guy.
I kind of fell asleep a few times on the way here too, but in the end I made it. I was so sleepy, but right when I was about to zonk out, I found this choice bed. So I took a nap, dude. He's talking about me, by the way. You thought Trubbish was a bed? Yeah, dude's like super squishy.
This dude's something else.
Oh, this guy's something else, rather. I got dudes on the brain. If you wanted to sleep, wouldn't it make more sense to go home first? I'm sure Turner's worried about you. Dude, too powerful. Turner! That's right, I gotta get back to Turner.
Any particular reason?
Because he's my partner, dude. Oh wait, did he say not to go back? Which was it again?
Hey, don't look at me.
I really think you should get back. Turner must be worried about you. I can see it now. Turner faked getting injured. The Pawniard slashed the thing, and he shoved the thing in Cramorant's mouth. Put Jewel in Cramorant mouth.
I'd like to hear about what Cramorant was doing at the time the incident occurred. You said you ate breakfast and got sleepy, right?
Yep.
You must have eaten a lot.
Same as usual, actually. But even now, my tummy's so stuffed, dude.
Wasn't breakfast a while ago? Why are you still full?
I'm not sure, dude. My tongue feels the same as when I swallow something big. I figured it all out.
Something big, huh? Interesting.
You know, when I saw those feathers, I was like the darker blue feathers, I was kind of suspecting Cramorant. I don't remember if I actually said it, but that was my thought. So it feels nice. I just didn't put together that Turner had like lied and that Cramorant must have been Turner's partner. I thought there was some like outside influence. Either that or like Mrs. Dennis. So I did figure out some of it, I just didn't figure out the true culprit.
Well, we heard from Cramorant, but his answers weren't very clear. Let's try talking to Trubbish.
Huh? Me? Did you need something from me?
We're investigating a crime. Do you mind if we ask you a few questions?
A crime? Sure. I'm sure I don't know anything about that.
That's fine. You're not in any trouble. We're just trying to gather all the information we can.
Will you help us, please? I guess I could answer a few questions.
Hey.
Could you tell me a bit about yourself?
Sure, but there's not much to say.
Alright. Then have you noticed anything strange recently?
Strange? Well, I've just been gathering trash around the city like I do every day. You do that every day? Wow, thank you. It's just my routine. I guess I did collect some unusual trash today. Does that count as strange? What was so unusual about it? It was stuck to a Whimsicott's head. They were in front of a big house when I found it.
A Whimsicott getting stuff stuck to its head doesn't sound all that unusual to me.
Pikachu, you can't say things like that. Trash is important to Trubbish. Don't call it stuff. What brings you?
What brings you here?
Well, I'm not great around humans. And humans don't usually come here, so it seemed like a safe place. Did they do something mean to you? No, I just don't like too much noise. And humans are so noisy, don't you think? Mood. Mood. I identify with this Trubbish. I guess. Anyway, this place is nice and quiet.
Do you still have the trash that was stuck to Whimsicott?
Yeah, I was saving it for a snack. Why, do you want it?
I'd like to at least have a look at it. Could you show it to us?
Sure, I guess.
It's pretty crumpled up, but it looks like a note.
Hey, it smells like the rooms in our house.
You mean Dennis's mansion? That's interesting. Let me see. Open the window after Barnes leaves. That will be the signal.
Okay.
So Turner wasn't
the mastermind behind it, but he was in cahoots with someone. So after Barnes leaves, Turner opens the window, and that sends someone on the outside sends Whimsicott and Pawniard in. Pawniard slashes the... So there is some sort of mind control going on here. Pawniard slashes the thing open. Turner grabs the jewel and stuffs it into Cramorant's mouth. Then he wakes up Cramorant and Ducklet to get them out of the house, and specifically tells Cramorant not to come back, so that they can then get the jewel out of it once the attention all dies down. I've solved it.
Once the window is open, I'll send Pawniard in with Whimsicott to cut the case. You should then be able to collect the jewel. If you play your part properly, you should be able to frame Barnes for everything. And if you're successful, we'll both be coming into quite a lot of money. Good luck.
There is one question though. Oh, I guess because they put Growlithe to sleep, that's how they got the key from around Growlithe's neck. Probably.
This is a note from the culprit.
What?
So the thief had an accomplice, huh? That must be why there are multiple Pokemon involved. Whatever the case, this is definitely a big clue.
This is great, Pikachu.
Sorry about this, Trubbish. Do you think we can have this piece of trash, please?
I guess if you want it that badly, sure.
Thanks. I'll be sure to make it up to you later.
Okay.
I guess we managed to ask everything we wanted to.
Shall we head back home?
Yeah, we got a good clue, so let's go meet up with Tim again.
Got it.
What are you gonna do, Cramorant? Want to come back to the mansion with us?
Nah, I'm good. I'll head back at my own pace. My tongue feels like way heavier from that breakfast I ate. Poor Cramorant looks pretty uncomfortable.
Okay. You just rest here for a while then. Once you feel like you can move again, come on back to the mansion.
Okay.
Alright, let's head back, Growlithe.
Yes. We're getting close to solving the case. So we don't know who the accomplice is, though. We're probably going to bust Turner, and then the accomplice is going to become like a plot thread that continues into later in the game, I'm guessing. Off we go. Yum.
We're back, Tim.
Thanks, both of you. Are you getting down off of Growlithe now, Pikachu? Can you get down on your own?
Please, who do you think I am? I can handle this.
How did your investigation with Growlithe go, Pikachu?
About that, Tim, we found some incredible evidence.
Really? What is it?
Well, you see...
And that's about it. Wow, good work, Pikachu. I think we're definitely closer to solving the case now.
Yep, now hurry up and open your case notebook. Let's think this over
together and organize all the info we've got.
Okay, let's start deducing.
The final thing. How can we prove Barnes' innocence?
Okay.
Is there something that can prove Barnes' innocence? Let's think of something that would be convincing to the police as well. By showing that Ducklet had nothing to do with the crime. Showing that Barnes couldn't have opened the case. With the note, which was written by someone other than Barnes. The note Trubbish found said after Barnes leaves. That means the real culprit is someone else.
Okay.
That note Trubbish found. We can prove Barnes' innocence with that, can't we? That's exactly what I was thinking. Here's what the note said. Open the window after Barnes leaves. That will be the signal. This is clear proof that Barnes isn't the culprit and that the real culprit is still out there. By finding the real culprit, the owner of the note. So there's someone out there behind all this. And not only that, there are multiple culprits working together. Someone who sent the Pokemon in from the outside, and someone inside the mansion who let them in. You think whoever let the Pokemon inside lives in the mansion? That seems like the natural conclusion. But how did the culprit unlock the door to the jewel storage room? Only Barnes and Mr. Dennis can use the key, right? Usually, yeah, but the culprit found a way. A way to what? Think about it, Tim. When did Growlithe say the key disappeared? When she was sleeping. She said it disappeared when she was sleeping. That's right, and anyone could have taken the key while Growlithe was asleep. I guess you're right. Oh, and Turner's responsible for feeding the Pokemon. But Growlithe doesn't usually nap. Do you really think she just happened to nap right when they were about to commit the crime? That's just it. Think back on what all the different Pokemon in the mansion told us. Did you notice anything they have in common? Anything strange? All of them went to sleep. All the Pokemon from the mansion said they fell asleep. That's right, Tim. Glad you noticed that. According to the testimony, all the Pokemon in the mansion fell asleep. What could have caused this? All the Pokemon, at the exact same time the jewel was stolen, all the Pokemon in the mansion were asleep. There's no way it's a coincidence. You think someone wanted it to happen? I'd say the odds are pretty high. There's gotta be some kind of evidence we can use to prove that. Let's search the mansion, Tim. You sure we don't have it already? Clefable became sleepy while playing inside the mansion. Ducklet went to Hi-Hat Cafe after he ate breakfast.
Okay.
Did you figure out what caused all the Pokemon in the mansion to fall asleep? Bruh, I have the evidence though, it's right there. Fine. Gao Gao? She's asking what you want. Do you want to talk to her or have her tracker sent?
Okay.
Oh no, that's not what I didn't mean to do that. Talk. Gao. She says we can ask away. Okay, no, nothing. I'm a little confused because I saw the...
Yes.
Can we please talk to you again, Mr. Turner? Of course, sir. I saw the evidence was there, but then when I went to deduce, it wasn't. Do we have to go back and speak to Cramorant again or something? Because it doesn't seem like there's anything else for us to look into here.
Here I am! You called for me? Huh? It's nothing? Oh, you just felt like calling my name?
I just wanted to see, like, if he had... I didn't want to use, like, the hint function. I just wanted to see if he's like, yep, we've got enough. But I guess he's not going to say that. Like, are we sure that this isn't working? Because it's right there. Cranmer got sleepy after breakfast.
Okay.
But then it doesn't show up here. Did the game glitch or something? Okay, you've got nothing, you've got nothing. Everyone's got nothing new to say. Except Growlithe. Oh, maybe Growlithe can talk to Clefairy or something. Or Clefable.
Okay.
And that's why Growlithe has the exclamation mark still. Oh, are you two going somewhere? Just you wait, Sanji. I'm gonna do my best to help. You looked so down earlier, Growlithe, but you sure seem to have cheered up. Is it thanks to Pikachu? Regardless, you two be careful out there. You may not be able to speak to each other, but he sure seems to understand your feelings, Growlithe. Why are you two goofing around at a time like this? We're not goofing around. I'm helping the detectives. Sounds like goofing around to me. Please don't make Claudia more upset than she already is. Really wish you two would just quiet down. She's so upset that she's starting to act like Claudia. She's just worried about her. Okay, I don't think this is gonna be it. I'm gonna try the hint function, see what Pikachu says.
Hey.
Wanna look into why the Pokemon are all sleeping, right? Want me to help? Yes. Why are all these Pokemon in the mansion sound asleep? Think back to what... Yeah? Oh! I'm dumb. This is the dish that Growlithe's food was in. There's some sort of powder on it. Hey Tim, this is sleep powder! Well, there we go. There's the evidence. Wow, you could tell that just by looking, Pikachu? I'm a Pokemon, remember? Not to mention a great detective. Of course I can tell what kind of powder this is. It's not even something to brag about. Which means there was sleep powder in the food. I think we can be pretty sure of that.
Okay, let's start deducing. Okay.
Sleep powder was mixed into their breakfast.
Okay.
The Pokemon in the mansion said they fell asleep after eating breakfast. In one of the food bowls we found traces of sleep powder. That leads us to only one possible conclusion. I guess this is what I get for trying to deduce without having all the evidence yet. Someone deliberately put the Pokemon in the mansion to sleep with sleep powder. It's getting easier to picture just how the crime was committed. But where could the culprit have gotten the sleep powder in the first place? In this city, I can think of a few places. But if we follow the path that was used to bring it inside, we might learn more about the culprit. You'll need Growlithe's help again for that, right? Why don't you take a little of the powder with you just in case? One step ahead of you. Now let's talk to Growlithe, Tim. Hey Growlithe, can you take a whiff of this sleep powder we found on your dish? Gow. Thanks. Be careful not to sniff up too much, though. Yow gow. Okay, now we can follow the scent of the sleep powder, right? Let's get going, Growlithe. Sleep powder is green, apparently. Is that outside the mansion? Yes. Now I'm wondering if Ducklet is potentially involved in this as well. Or maybe it's the Rabombi? Because we didn't do anything with the Rabombi yet. So I was just thinking, like, it's leading back over this way. Did it come in with, like, Ducklet when it brought in the groceries or something? But perhaps not, because the Rabombi was over this way as well. I can't see anything. Oh no, it's gone past the Rabombi. Pawnyard, maybe? Whimsicott? Oh! All of a sudden there's a Venonat over there. So, so this isn't what brought it into the... Venonat are deceptively large. Oh no, Pikachu. The scent stops here. What do we do now? There must be something around here. Let's take a look around the terrace. Sure. I wonder what it could be. I did mention this game is aimed at younger audiences, right? Venonat hunts with sparkling red eyes. It's a Venonat. Oh, it's a Venonat. No mistake in those massive eyes. Apparently they can even see in the dark. So sparkly. Yes, yes. What is it, yes? Do you mind if we ask you some questions? Okay, so I'm really busy, but yes, yes. What's got you so busy? Oh, nothing. I'm just eating, that's all. But I have to eat fast. Soon it will be time for dinner. And more eating. Yes, yes. You've got plenty of time till then, though, right? Are you always in such a hurry? Yes, yes. At least that's what everyone tells me, yes. Have you tried maybe chilling out a bit? That's not gonna work. People have tried to tell me to chill out. It doesn't work. Can't. This is my natural state. Yes, yes. Hee. Okay. But that sure is funny. What are you doing here? This spot is great because you can see the whole city. And it's lovely and pretty and nice. On top of that, many teeny tiny bugs gather here at night. Oh yes, it's marvelous. Do you like bugs, Venonat? It is a bug. It's a bug-type Pokemon. Are there bugs that aren't Pokemon? Because I know, like, heckin' Infestation theoretically uses bugs that aren't Pokemon. Yes, yes, very much so, yes. They're my favorite treat. Your favorite treat? I think we can drop this line of questioning. Is this your sleep powder? Nope, definitely not mine, no siree. Venonat a cannibal? I mean, it's an animal. Animals do eat other animals. There are plenty of bugs that eat other bugs. How can you tell? I use my sleep powder to catch prey. It doesn't smell this soothing or beautiful. Nope, not one bit. Nope, nope, not one bit. I see. I do believe this is Lilligant's fragrance, oh yes. Yeah? And where would we find Lilligant? I would check one of the nearby hedges, probably. No, definitely, yes. To the greenery! To the greenery! Does the scent still lead back to Venonat? Probably. So the hedges were over near Ducklet. I'm pretty sure. Oh, hello. Oh, Pokemon can have requests too? What's going on? What do I do? What's up? What's up, Rabombi? You look panicked. My dear Cutiefly went out to gather nectar, but they haven't come back yet. It never takes them this long. I'm so worried. What if something's happened? Rabombi seems upset. I'd like to help, but Cutiefly are really tiny Pokemon. It'd be tough to find them in such a big city. I don't even know where they usually gather nectar.
Let's see. Hey Growlithe, do you think you could track down Cutiefly with your nose? Definitely. I've already picked up the scent of the nectar from Rabombi. Then if we follow that scent, we should be able to find the Cutiefly. Could you really? Oh, that would be incredible. Could you please go find my dear Cutiefly? We're on it. How many Cutiefly went all together nectar? 2. I'll be waiting here. Please bring them to me if you find them. 2 Cutiefly coming right up. Let's go, Growlithe. Interesting. So we can get local requests from Pokemon as well as from people. So the pink is gonna be the Cutiefly then. While the yellow, the green over here is the Lilligant. Which is probably somewhere up there, given... Oh, and the scent stops here, so... I can smell something sweet in this bush. There might be a Cutiefly here. Hey Cutiefly, if you're in here, come on out, please. Happy Nectar Collector. Eek, no, go away. Hey, calm down, we're not here for your nectar. Oh, really? Sorry. I thought you were here to steal the nectar I gathered too. Us? Too? Was there someone else? That's right, a Pokemon keeps coming to steal my nectar. That's why I hid here. Oh, there you are. Look, it's back. Come on, give me a thumb of your tweets. Lickitung, you're the one... Lickitung, so you're the one causing problems for Cutiefly. No, I'm not. I just want a little nectar. That's all. With a tongue like yours, you'd take all the nectar Cutiefly has in one lick. Well, maybe, but I want something sweet. Well, then why don't you come see Rabombi later? If you do, I'll share some pollen puffs Rabombi makes for us. Really? Yay! Okay, I guess I can wait for now. Yeesh, what a pest. Anyway, can you go on back to Rabombi now? Yes, thank you, Pikachu and Growlithe. I'm glad we found Cutiefly. It's all thanks to your nose. Much appreciated, Growlithe. Okay, so let's go back to Rabombi and see if we can find the other scent, I guess. Okay, the other one goes off in this direction. Getting distracted by side quests. Ooh, goes over this direction. Is Phalanx causing trouble? Aha! There's a sweet smell wafting from that tree. It's too high for us to reach, though. Hey, Cutiefly, can you hear me? Who's that? I was napping so peacefully. Wait, are you saying you didn't come back because you were napping? Rabombi's been worried sick about you. Oh no, I didn't realize so much time had passed. I'd found such a nice napping spot that I couldn't resist dozing off a little. Must be nice to live such a carefree life. Anyway, I'm glad you're safe. Thanks for telling me. I'll go right home. A nap, huh? Don't feel too bad, Growlithe. No one's mad at you for sleeping.
Okay.
Well, we found both Cutiefly. I knew I could count on you, Growlithe. Hehe, a compliment. I'll have to tell Sanji about this later. You two might not speak the language, but he definitely seems to understand your feelings. Why don't we head back and make sure those Cutiefly made it back to Rabombi? Got it. I'll head right back. Pikachu, Growlithe, thank you so much. Both Cutiefly came home safely. No need to thank us. Just glad to have another case closed. Good job coming straight home, Cutiefly. Sorry we worried you. Cutiefly, please promise me 2 things from now on. 1, don't go anywhere dangerous. 2, don't goof off around on your way home. Okay, I promise. I promise. Nice, nice. Hey? Oh, right, it went back down this way. But I can't tell whether that's actually
leading us back like to where we started, or whether it's actually giving us the direction to the right source of sleep powder. Because it just kind of seems like, yeah, it's going back out of the park, so, oh, maybe, right, it's probably a shrubbery at around the area where the sleep powder scent ended. I was thinking the shrubbery that Ducklet was hiding in. Riding a Growlithe, let's go! Welcome, Sarah. Alright, so there are shrubbery here. I'm dumb. I went in the complete opposite direction. Oh. Floral fashionista, Lilligant. Lilligant's cute. I like it.
It's Lilligant. This Pokemon is known for having an aroma that calms the heart and mind.
So that's what that nice smell was. You think I smell nice? You're sweet.
You mind if we ask you a few questions?
Not at all. Your timing's actually perfect. I was just taking a break from dancing. Ask me whatever you'd like.
Can you tell me more about yourself?
Getting personal, are we? Teehee. Alas, I'm rather unremarkable. Just a Lilligant with a love for dance. You wouldn't have to look hard to find many others like me.
What are you doing here?
Why, this is my favorite place. Basking in the sunlight here feels ever so good. And dancing here fills me with endless joy.
You dance here a lot, then?
Yes, sometimes humans and Pokemon even come to watch. Everyone who watches me dance seems to fall asleep, but at least they're smiling when they do. Would you like a demonstration? La la la. Ooh, nice. I could really use a nap.
Wait, Lilligant, please don't dance. Is this your sleep powder?
Yes, I recognize the fragrance.
Do you remember giving this to anyone?
No. You see, my sleep powder just puffs out naturally whenever I dance. Though thinking on it now, there was a human who came to watch me dance recently.
Really? Do you remember what they looked like?
I'm afraid not. I was in the zone. That's rough. I like how they spell rough here, like the dog bark, and not like the actual word rough.
Hey, it's something. Thanks for your help, Lilligant.
I see.
Now we know how the sleep powder was obtained.
Are we done investigating? I guess so.
Great.
Yeah, and I'd like to tell Tim what we found. Let's hurry back, Growlithe.
Sure. Because we already did the side quest as well, so we're probably done here. I see. So you're still not sure who the culprit is?
Right, but we did learn something important.
And what's that?
Think about it, Tim. The sleep powder scent trail led directly from the mansion to the terrace. Do you really think that's normal?
I guess it would make sense if the person who brought the sleep powder already lived in the mansion.
Exactly, which makes it even more likely that it was an inside job.
Who could have slipped the Pokemon sleep powder?
Someone managed to get some of Lilligant's sleep powder. Then they mixed it into the Pokemon's breakfast. Sure sounds like an inside job to me.
Which means the culprit is someone in the mansion.
Let's do some more sleuthing and find out who.
Well, we have no evidence here.
Ask me anything you like.
My staff member Turner always prepares the food here. Well then. It used to be one of Barnes' duties, but the task has fallen to Turner since he joined the staff. He's truly made himself quite useful. Is there anything to talk to Growlithe about? It says tick, so I'm assuming not. And it's probably just highlighting her so that we know, like, if you want to do more investigation
Yes.
with Growlithe, she's there. Do you still want something? Yes, I'm sorry. We really appreciate your help.
Yes?
I don't know anything about Growlithe's food. I would suggest you ask Turner about that. Did you happen to see Growlithe eating her food earlier today? No, I didn't. I'm not in the habit of watching her eat. The Pokemon of the house eat in a separate room from us humans. If they ate in the same room as us, their fur, feathers, or what have you could get in our food. So they eat in a different room, at my request, of course.
A policy like that's not going to make you very popular with Pokemon, lady.
Yes.
Could we please talk to you again, Mr. Turner? Yeah, of course. Ask me anything.
Yes.
Mr. Dennis is really picky about the ingredients I can use for Growlithe's food. He tells me what to put in, and I make the food to his exact specifications. Sounds like Mr. Dennis really cares about Growlithe's health. Yes, he truly cares about Pokemon. A good egg, that one.
Dennis seems like quite the guy. What's healthy and what's tasty don't always match up, though.
And then probably you as well, yeah. I'd be happy to tell you anything I know.
Yes.
I know exactly what kind of foods Growlithe prefers. She's particularly fond of sweets. When I was in charge of her meals, I made a point of preparing sweet desserts for her.
You're a good guy, Barnes. You could learn a thing or two from this guy, Tim. Give me more sweets.
Is Pikachu alright? He seems to be acting strangely. Don't worry, this is normal for him.
Okay, let's start deducing.
Let's make some deductions. I've already figured out who it is, but...
Okay.
Who would have been able to mix sleep powder into Growlithe's food? Let's figure it out using the info we've gathered.
Brandon knows what kind of food Growlithe likes. He could have mixed the sleep powder without noticing a change in taste. Miss Dennis requests that the Pokemon eat their meals in separate rooms from the human. She could have mixed the sleep powder into the food without being seen. Mr. Dennis chooses every ingredient used in Growlithe's meals. He could have laced those ingredients with sleep powder. Or, Turner is responsible for preparing the Pokemon's meals. So he could have put sleep powder in their food without raising suspicion.
Okay.
The only person who could have put sleep powder in the Pokemon's meals is Turner. It has to have been him.
Bingo. He's in charge of preparing Pokemon meals. He could have easily slipped it into their food. However, this fact alone isn't enough to implicate Turner. Turner's the one who used the sleep powder, but it's just conjecture. We don't have any hard evidence.
We'll definitely need to find some proof, but I'm not sure how.
It's kind of an aggressive move, but we could try shaking him up a bit. Let's see if we can make Turner nervous. We might learn something based on how he reacts. Think you're up to it?
It's worth a try.
This is different.
Yes.
Oh, hello, Tim. How's the investigation going? We're actually a bit stuck at the moment. I'm sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can do to help? I was actually hoping to ask you a few more questions if you don't mind. By all means, ask away. About Crown.
Excuse me?
You've got a partner Cramrat, right, Mr. Turner? What? How did you know that? Bruh. It came up while we were gathering statements in the city. I see. I hope you don't think I was hiding that fact or anything. I was just afraid he might become a suspect. I did tell the police, of course.
Really?
It's been a while since I've seen him, actually. Worryingly so. Where could he have gone? Oh, we just saw Cramrat walking back towards the mansion. Why the little... I told him to stay put!
Stay put?
Why did you tell him that, Mr. Turner? Oh, I just didn't want him going out on his own. I was so worried he might have gotten mixed up in the crime somehow. Thank you for finding him, Tim. It's such a huge relief. We're thinking a pawnyard may have cut the jewel case. Really? I mean, yes, I think you've cracked it. So it was a poniard that punched you, Mr. Turner? Yes, it most certainly was. It really hurt. In fact, it still hurts. Yeesh, what a terrible liar. Well, I mean, it's the first case. It's basically the tutorial. They have to give you a few softballs. Based on Turner's reaction, it's pretty clear he's hiding something. I just wish I'd been able to dig a little deeper. Nah, you did a great job. At the very least, we've learned one thing. Cramorant is the key to solving this case. All that's left is to ask him how ourselves. So we're going to go see Cramorant? Yep, just you wait, Turner. We'll catch you yet. Time to pat Cramorant on the back. And get that jewel. Off we go. Oh, it started coming back. Want to make up your mind already? Oh, the Pokemon photo collections are amazing. Look, Pikachu, it's Cramorant. And Whimsicott just photobombs us for a sec. Weren't you gonna go back to Turner? Didn't make it very far, did you? Cramorant. You've been resting because you feel too full to walk? Cram. Why is Cramorant the only one that feels so unwell? Growlithe and the others were fine. He must have really overeaten, or he swallowed something his digestive system can't handle. Hey, wait a second.
A missing jewel, and now Cramorant's full belly.
What are you thinking, Pikachu?
I figured it out! A bolt of brilliance!
A bolt of brilliance!
The stolen jewel we seek is right over there!
Thanks, Magikarp. Did you figure something out, Pikachu? Oh yeah, I got it all figured out. Use all the information gathered up to this point to deduce the world. Jewels were. I bet you figured it out too, haven't you? Alright, here's the final question. Where did Turner hide the jewel? Once you piece together all the information we've gathered so far, you'll definitely figure it out. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, it's right. I'll give you a hint. The jewel was most certainly taken out of the mansion, and a Pokemon was used to do it. A Pokemon? Yeah, think about the unique characteristics of each Pokemon, each of the Pokemon in the mansion. This is my favorite part about Detective Pikachu. When they take into account the unique characteristics of the Pokemon. Because, I mean, that's, like, if you're gonna make a mystery game set in the world of Pokemon, you gotta make proper use of the Pokemon, and Detective Pikachu does it perfectly. Which of them is the ideal features for hiding the jewel? Somewhere in the mansion's garden. Metallic sound. It's probably Turner throwing the jewel into the garden. He probably planned to have Growlithe fetch it. It's inside Cramorant's belly. Cramorant can gulp down large things. Turner probably hid the Aurora drop in Cramorant's belly. It's in a Whimsicott's cotton. Whimsicott came to the dentist's residence. Turner probably hid the Aurora drop inside Whimsicott's cotton. It's near Ducklet's favorite fountain. Ducklet was by her favorite fountain in Serenity Park. Turner had her hide the Aurora drop there. It's inside Cramorant's belly.
Okay.
Cramorant said he could gulp down anything, right? So the jewel is most likely hidden in his belly. Yes, you got it. Turner made Cramorant swallow the jewel. And the reason he feels full is because he's still got that jewel in his belly. Turner didn't have time to retrieve the jewel after the theft, did he? Nope. I'm positive the jewel is still in Cramorant's belly. Now we have enough evidence to go back to back Turner into a corner. Cramorant swallowed it.
Okay.
Okay, we've got all the proof we need. Now we just have to catch the culprit. Let's go tell Holiday to gather everyone involved in the case. Are you ready, Tim? Let's do it. Let's reveal the truth together. I think these are usually voice acted, so I can save my throat for a bit.
This is it. Let's take care of business.
Thanks for the redeem spiel.
Everyone, thank you for coming.
This sudden conference had better be important.
It is. We've identified the real culprit.
Have you now?
Yes, Mr. Barnes isn't the one who stole the jewel.
Oh. Who did it then?
I'll explain everything from the beginning. Let's start with how the culprit entered the jewel storage room.
There were no signs of forced entry on the door, so the culprit must have used the key. But Growlithe was guarding the key.
No one but my husband or Barnes could have taken the key from Growlithe.
Yes, exactly. So how did they...
I guess it must have been Barnes then.
Shut up, Turner.
It wasn't. You see, the culprit had a trick up their sleeve for taking the key.
They made Growlithe fall asleep and then stole the key.
The culprit used sleep powder to make Growlithe fall asleep. And after that, they took the key.
Do you have evidence of that?
Of course. Take a close look at Growlithe's food bowl, Inspector. You'll find traces of Lilligant's sleep powder in it.
Of course. So that's how the culprit got into the jewel storage room.
But they couldn't possibly have cut open that sturdy display case in such a short time.
Yeah, good point.
No. They could have if they had Pokemon accomplices.
Pokemon?
It was Pawniard.
The culprit somehow used Whimsicott and Pawniard. And got Pawniard to cut open the case.
What? How is that even possible?
We may understand now how the jewel was stolen. But that doesn't necessarily prove that Barnes is innocent.
Oh, I just noticed there's a pattern of Diancie
proof that Mr. Barnes is innocent.
on the door. That's neat. It was the note that the accomplice wrote.
We discovered this note in a Trubbish's possession.
A note?
The culprit jotted down their whole plan. They wanted to frame Mr. Barnes for the crime.
Then that would mean Barnes is innocent.
So who's the real culprit?
The real culprit is right here with us.
What do you mean?
It's Larry Turner.
The thief who stole the Aurora
Do
drop.
the point.
It's... Mr. Turner, you're the culprit.
That is the most lackluster point I've ever seen.
But I'm a victim of this crime. Pawniard punched me.
It punched you, huh? Pawniard has blades for hands, and I don't see any cuts on you.
If you really think I'm the culprit, then where's the jewel? I don't have it on me, and I haven't set foot outside the mansion.
Aha, but...
Where's the jewel? Isn't it obvious?
Oh, and they've got carving on the carpet as well.
A Pokemon.
What?
Cramorant has the jewel.
Of course you don't have the stolen jewel. You hid it. in Cramorant's belly.
Excuse me? Cramorant may be Turner's partner, but even so...
Where is that Cramorant anyway?
Mr. Turner, you clearly put a lot of thought into your plan. But when we investigated the crime scene, we found a Cramorant feather. And you underestimated Growlith's sense of responsibility. Those two things did you in. Now, please call your Cramorant.
There it is.
Cramorant.
All right, let me handle this.
What is that thing on its back?
There it is! The Aurora Drop!
And the key to the storage room, too.
What was that on its back, though?
I'm afraid you can't talk your way out of this, Mr. Turner.
I was so close to living the easy life. I shouldn't have teamed up with someone I barely knew.
I'm sure Holiday will look into his accomplice. Right, let's leave that to the police. Was I wrong this whole time? For us here, the Aurora Drop was a symbol of hope. I thought it could bring hope to even more people. That's why I decided to donate it. But I never thought it would lead to an incident like this. Maybe I should forget about donating it and keep it quietly locked up in the house. Goodness gracious, you of all people! Do you really think so little of the Aurora Drop? What are you saying, Claudia? Didn't you tell me yourself that you hoped whoever looked on the Aurora Drop would not only see its beauty, but also feel cheered up and encouraged by it? Are you really going to give up on that hope just because of a stroke of bad luck? Why have they now flipped their opinions? Wouldn't that be a terrible waste? Don't you agree, Barnes? Indeed, madam. It is just as you say. Mr. Dennis, your plan to donate the jewel to the people of Rhyme City was most certainly not a mistake. Please believe in yourself and do what you think is best. Claudia, Barnes, forgive me. I think I let myself get too shaken by what happened today. I believe in the beauty of the Aurora Drop and the people of Rhyme City. As you should. Clefable. But Claudia, weren't you against the donation? Don't misunderstand me. I just don't want to deal with you moping around like this for the rest of our lives, that's all. I see. Thank you, Claudia. This incident has forced me to reconsider, shall we say, some of my views. Clefable, Ducklet, Growlith, let's all eat together from now on. Gow. Looks like Mr. Dennis and the others are all getting along better now. I get the feeling that she's only doing that now so she can make sure that they don't get sleep powdered. Yeah, that about wraps this up.
Ironic, huh? Cramorant swallowed the jewel, and now you've got to swallow the bitter consequences.
Bruh.
Well, let's go.
Yeah.
You gotta work on your one-liners, Pikachu. Oh, and there's the thing.
Cramorant, are you alright?
So we're gonna get an explanation for this after all.
Don't just stand there. Hurry up and grab it.
Right.
Bro, why are all the windows still open?
How could this be happening?
Sanjeev.
Turner!
Hold on. I swear I had nothing to do with that.
Why don't we discuss this down at the station?
Did no one notice the cube attached to its back? Also, you're not even gonna put him in handcuffs? My dude's under arrest.
Growlithe, you did a great job.
Hey, Pikachu. Look.
Oh, are you leaving already? See you around.
So someone's using cube devices.
Did you notice Cramorant's
There we
back?
go. Someone's finally acknowledging it.
There was something glowing on it.
I've never seen anything like it. I wonder, maybe Turner didn't know what was going on. Something tells me this is just the beginning.
So someone's using cube devices to control Pokemon, and that's probably how they controlled the Whimsicott and Pawniard. Later that evening at Tim's apartment.
I'm home.
Tim's back!
Well, you sure are home late.
Good evening.
Oh, and who is this?
My classmate, Rachel.
It's nice to meet you. Is she your girlfriend?
Huh?
If only.
Actually, Rachel's here because... Hello, sorry to barge in so suddenly. I was hoping to get some advice from the great detective here. I didn't realize his family was visiting, though. Welcome, Rachel. We didn't mean to startle you. Sophia and I just arrived in Rhyme City yesterday. We came to see my brother's award ceremony. Oh, really? Then this is probably the first time you've all seen each other in a while. I really hope I'm not in the way. Please, don't worry about it. We'll be in town for a while yet. Make yourself at home. I'll make some tea. Thank you, really.
See, Tim? I told you Irene and Sophia would understand.
Yeah, you're right. I'm glad. Okay, however... how do I open the menu again? This one. Let me save the game. Make sure it actually saved, yes. Because that is going to be all. We solved the case. Which means that is going to be the end of today's stream. Because holy shit, we've been streaming for a bit under 5 hours, but like still an hour and 40 minutes longer than I would normally stream. My throat is not going to be very happy with me tomorrow. It already currently isn't. Oh, wait. I gotta go to the chat scene, don't I? So thank you all for watching. I had a lot of fun. I am so glad Detective Pikachu's back. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm looking forward to playing more of this. My future Detective Pikachu streams probably aren't going to be this long. This one I just wanted to... I really wanted to get going with it, and I wanted to do the first case so that we're like out of tutorial zone. I can only assume that future cases are going to get longer and more complicated, and I probably won't be able to squeeze them all into one stream each. So, you know. But I'm having a good time. Hopefully by then, Twitch will have actually put a Detective Pikachu Returns category on there. So my next stream will be next week, Saturday probably, where we'll be continuing Pikmin. Because I did look into a few things. The post game apparently unlocks after you've done Olimar's stuff. So we'll be starting Olimar's stuff next week. And then Detective Pikachu again on Sunday. Let's go. Anyway, let me have a look who's online. Because it's a bit later than I would normally... Oh, Miko's still going. Let me just see. If this is anything like Miko's past Castlevania streams, he's probably going until he finishes the game, and I can still see that. I can see there's a few things he hasn't finished yet, so I think we're good to raid Miko. Gonna be streaming for a long time, yeah. Let me make sure I spell his name right. Ta-da! So we're going to be raiding Miko. He's playing Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. Here's the regular raid message. And if you have my emotes, you can use this one instead. And that is going to be all for today's stream. What does it say? Man. Oh, for some reason it's not including my phone. I have the stream open on my phone, but for some reason it's not getting included in the raid, and that's why it says only 3 viewers are ready to raid, I guess. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. Anyway, that's going to be all from me. I am not going to speak at all for the rest of the day. Thanks for watching. Otsukame. Bye bye, and scene.